do that. Do that. And then I'm looking for YouTube, which is this one. Huh. I still do not understand why it takes forever for there we go. For YouTube to actually show up with stuff that I post. But that seems up and running now. Woo. Okay, we are good. Okay. So, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and anything else you want to refer to yourself as. I don't know. I'm easy. Uh, Tonight we are doing Dark Ascension, the second set in the Innistrad block. And again, for those that are not familiar with them, a block was the things that they did from like after the first few sets came out, then they started a block structure. And basically what it was um for most of the times that Magic had a block structure, it was here are 3 sets that are related in setting, related mechanically, related, characters and this, that, and basically like all took place in the same world. So, if you think of it, like if you ever watched, if you've ever watched a TV series, um, like like any of the Star Trek series or Law and Order or anything like that. They all take, you have the same people in the same settings. Um, they may be doing like specifically different things, but it all takes place in the same atmosphere. You are dealing with the same things on a mechanical level, etc. Like if you take Star Trek, for example, you know that at some point, like obviously there's going to be, they're going to be dealing with a species that's not something that's aboard the Enterprise. They may be hosting it, but they don't, they're not part of the crew, they're not part of the Federation, this, that, whatever. Um, and there's going to be a problem with the ship itself. Like there's certain things that you can just assume are going to happen. Even if you don't know the episode itself, certain things are going to happen. And that you're going to have, Federation dogma, either conflicting with something that's going, something that makes sense to the people as opposed to the organization, or may come into conflict with how people of another culture behave, or just that. There's going to be some kind of conflict involved there. There's going to be some kind of technobabble stuff going on that's going to be relevant at some point in that particular episode, so on and so forth. You can make these assumptions. And if you think of the block structure in a similar way, the block structure, every set in a block was like, or Doctor Who, would be another good example. Anything where, you have like the group of people that you're dealing with is consistent. And it's, well, how do they handle this situation? How do they handle that situation? Well, so and so's mother is coming to visit. And, maybe that's a problem, maybe that's okay for the person whose mother it is, but it's, there's issues around, everybody else, or vice versa. Maybe she gets along famously with everybody else, but not her own flesh and blood, or whatever. And so and so the block structure is kind of a similar idea. The block structure is very similar in that you have the same people, you have the same setting, and as a result, the mechanics of the set will be introduced in the first set, and then the mechanics, the setting, the feel of it. You'll have an understanding of like how aggressive the environment can be versus how how control oriented it is. So a bunch of stuff around that. And then the second set basically takes the first set, throws in a little bit of tweaks, but it's largely the same. But, so a few adjustments. And then the third set, because most of the times that they had it, a block structure was 3 sets. And the third set would basically go, oh, hey, by the way, we introduced the story, here's the conflict, and now here's the resolution, is how they would generally build it. They eventually found that a block with 3 sets in it had too many filler cards. I am here just because the block needs a card that does X, and that's the only reason I'm here. Things like, you could make an argument, and I'm only using this as a theoretical example. I do not know if this is one of those. But we need a white common card that pumps a creature and gives it first strike. That makes sense for the set. And so you design a card around that. And again, I'm not saying this is one of them. I have no idea if this is one of them or not. But this is an example of the sort of card we're talking about. That, this might be, we need a card that does X because we should have a card in the block at some point that does that thing. It also meant that when you were playing sealed or when you were playing draft, you would commonly end up with like when things got later to the point where it was just booster packs, because prior to that you would end up with what was originally called a starter deck, which no relation to like the starter commander decks at all. This was basically, here's a pack that's got a random assortment of cards that's got like 60 cards in it. You know, it's got a couple of rares, it's got a few uncommons, the rest are commons, and like 20-ish basic land, and that's it. And that was something that you would buy to start, you know, like especially if you needed enough basic land. Okay, maybe you buy like 2 or 3 of these, and now you've got enough basic land to build, you know, a 2-color deck, a couple of 2-color decks, and maybe one that might be like, you know, largely mono with some splashing or whatever. And you know, then you'd have like, you know, you pick up booster packs and you expand on that. And then they eventually turned to tournament packs, which were effectively the contents of 3 booster packs and 30 basic lands. Keep in mind that at that point, a booster pack did not have basic lands in them because you would get them in your tournament packs. And if you go to a sealed event, you would get like, you know, one tournament pack. This is a stand-in for it, obviously. You know, one tournament pack, a few boosters, crack this open. And this for a block would be like the first set in the block, and then packs of whatever the pre-release was actually for. So if you went to a Innistrad pre-release, you would get a starter pack or a tournament pack for Innistrad. I don't think they had them anymore at that point, but bear with me. In theory, you'd have a a tournament pack for Innistrad, and like 3 boosters of Innistrad, and that's what you would build your deck around. If you would go to Dark Ascension, you'd have a starter pack of Innistrad, and then like 3 booster packs of Dark Ascension. So you go through a lot of starters of Innistrad, or tournament packs rather. I'm using the terms more or less interchangeably because functionally they were. And the idea of collector boosters and whatevers didn't exist yet. You had one type of booster and that was it. And so, but the last time I remember there being a tournament pack, I want to say was Alara. Which is a few sets ago now. So by the time we hit Innistrad, well, now they had to do, you know, here's reset, you know, I don't remember if you had, I do not remember if they just simply gave us packages, like, where did there it is. I don't know if they gave us prepackaged units like this. I mean, they may have looked different, but I don't remember if they looked like this, or if you just got booster packs and went from there. I don't remember the specifics. This, to be fair, we are talking 2012, so we are talking almost 15 years ago. But you would get, you know, packs of, you know, a few packs of Innistrad, and then a few packs of Dark Ascension to build your deck around. If it was just Innistrad, everything was Innistrad. That was easy. And and then next set, so next week will be Avacyn Restored. And again, well, the difference was you'd have a few packs of Innistrad to start off your deck building. You know, so because basically the first set had to have enough like core concept cards in it. And this isn't necessarily the best or the most powerful Um, but it's almost like setting-wise the most generically important cards. If you're looking for a Wrath effect, it's probably going to be in the first set of the block. And then when you get to, Avacyn Restored, you're not getting Dark Ascension packs anymore. You're getting Avacyn Restored. But they eventually realized that there were too many, like, just random filler cards. Cards that just were not doing the job that they needed to do. Or let me rephrase that. Cards that were there just because they need to fulfill a specific role. For example, as a friend of mine likes to call certain cards, Lightning Bolt or Lightning Strike with set mechanic. What? A cheap card that's like, probably like in the ballpark of 2 mana that deals 3 damage to any target and has one of the big mechanics from the set. So, for example, Dark Ascension, you might be looking, or not Dark Ascension, but like Innistrad block in general, you might be looking at Flashback. So, in theory, having a card like Firebolt would be completely, Firebolt was a big deal in Odyssey because it dealt more damage than what it did, or than what it cost rather, and you could cast it twice. You know, once you know once the first time for in hand because it's got flashback. You could also cast it from your graveyard without spending an additional card. And it was actually a really, really big deal for a long time. And honestly, if they had printed if they had printed Think Twice, costed just like this but in blue. So, blue to cast, sorcery, or instant, I don't care. Draw a card, flashback, blue +4. I would have been all over it. The fact that it cost 2 to cast the first time and 3 to cast the second time really, really soured me on it. Anyway, but this is your cheap burn spell with, the mechanic with a mechanic that's relevant to that, to that set, to that block, whatever. There's going to be commonly a discard spell. There's commonly going to be a way to blow up an enchantment and or an artifact. Often it's like you'll get like a something that can blow up an enchantment in white that might also blow up an artifact, and in green you'll get something that can blow up an artifact or enchantment in some way attached to a creature. It might be an activated ability, it might be sacrifice, it might be a enter the battlefield, but somehow attached to a creature. You'll have, white or black will get some kind of, blow up all creatures effect, and, maybe it'll care about a certain, everything that's not a certain creature type, or anybody who's got a creature that falls into this category gets to draw a card or make a token of some sort or whatever, and then blow up everything. Or they, but they're all board wipes that are like, you know, blow up all the creatures, but some kind of thing that makes, some kind of thing that makes sense for the setting attached to it. You know, you have Murders at Markov Manor. It's like a murder mystery, so maybe there's, an investigate attached to it. So, let's see here. Set MKM. OTAG. Mass removal. That's... Each player who controls the most creatures investigates, then destroy all creatures. You know, very much what I'm talking about here. Or Deadly Cover-Up. You can collect evidence as in, exiling stuff from your graveyard. Up to 6 mana value. And if you do that, you blow up all creatures and then exile a card from an opponent's graveyard, and then search your library for all copies of that. Search your library and graveyard for all copies of that and exile them. They get to draw to compensate, but so stuff like this. These are your board wipes with set mechanic attached. Because Karlov Manor, it's a murder mystery. They're going to care about, clues. So, but there were too many cards that were just, I am here because this particular role needs to be filled by somebody, and I am here for that job, and that's the only reason it's there. And so a lot of cards ended up feeling more, they weren't interesting. I'll put it that way. They weren't interesting. They weren't they weren't designed because of a flavor reason or because to be this this neat, cool, splashy, hey look at what we can do with commons nowadays. Like Jewel Thief is my favorite example of the way modern cards are designed, because Jewel Thief is a common. It's a 3-mana 3/3 with 2 really good keywords. One that helps offensively, one that helps defensively. But both work together. And a way to feel like you're getting a discount, because sure, you pay 3 to cast it, but you're getting a partial refund when it enters. And I'm like, tell me how this is bad. This is a common. In like 15 years ago, like 2007, this would have been at least an uncommon, probably, definitely like 25 years ago. 25, 30 years ago. This would have been a rare and still had a drawback attached to it. Like 30 years ago, 1996, if that was in, say, and it's a terrible example, but some of the early sets were really bad in general. But if that was in something like Homelands, damn it. Sorry, tried to get to the mute, couldn't get to the mute fast enough. If that was in something like Homelands, that would have been like the most expensive card. Definitely top 5 most expensive cards in the set. Alright. So they eventually decided to bring the blocks down to 2 sets. And I think that started with Battle for Zendikar. And technically ended with Guilds of Ravnica and Ravnica Legions. And I always saw War the Spark as the 3rd set in the block, although technically it was designed to be standalone. The other thing is a lot of these sets that are, the 3rd set in the block were actually designed that you could actually do sealed or draft with them on their own. Second set, not so much. But 3rd set, yeah, it was a thing that you could do. Anyway, so we're in Innistrad. We are in a world based on vampires and werewolves and zombies and, things that go bump in the night. And as I say that, there actually is a card, and I think it might have been in Innistrad itself, literally called Bump in the Night. If you are playing a burn deck at all in a 20 life format, this is a card that you're going to be at least looking at. In a 40 life format, I might. This might be one of the rare cards, even though it's common. One of the rare cards that I'm willing to go with, because even though it's one card, it does have the ability to hit 2 people, because you can cast it once now and then flash it back later and either hit somebody else or hit the same person for 3 more. And so, even though I don't like single target in, burn spells for commander that only do like a couple of points, this one might make it through because I can actually split it up, or I can do 1 now and then burninate more later. So, that's the sort of card I might be willing to make an exception for if I'm going for burn in commander. But if I'm starting off with if my opponent starts off with 20 or 25 life, then yeah, Bump in the Night suddenly goes up from to up here. It falls in the same kind of category as what do you call it? Lava Spike, which Lava Spike doesn't look great, but it does have potential extra utility because it's arcane. You can throw other stuff onto it and have it actually do more. Anyway, Innistrad, home of Soren Markov and his father. I think it's his father. Can't remember if it's his father or grandfather. I want to say grandfather. Edgar, who's kind of a pain to deal with at the commander level if you have the, the Eminence version. You say that, expect that everybody's going to have to play Wrath every turn. Yeah. That being said, Soren Markov, Lord of Innistrad, realizes that, and this is in Innistrad's past, that there's a potential problem because, he is a vampire. He's created vampires. He is the term that historically gets used is he has sired other vampires. Um, and the there's vampires, there's werewolves, there's zombies, there's people. Mostly human. Very occasionally you might find something that's, you know, like an elf or something like that, but generally human. And there's a he foresees a potential problem. Vampires are a lot more powerful than people. So imagine having a cat and a room full of, like 30 mice. Who's going to win? The cat or the 30 mice? My money's on the cat. Even if it's like 300 mice, probably still the cat. So he sees there's there's a potential problem. Vampires are much more powerful than people are, but they have to feed, usually on human blood, to survive. Most vampires are going to be like so many humans. Fine, we kill a few. What difference does it make? It's not it's not that we because they have to actually put effort into creating a new vampire, including some of their own blood. And I'm not saying people don't, but it's like, have you ever decided to, um, you want to buy a gaming console, a computer, a car, you know, a bed, whatever. Um, and you're like, my ideal situation is I want something that this, and this. Like a couple of years ago, I went and bought a new mattress for my bed. And after testing out a few, I realized that, well, I wanted a mattress that's about this thick. And, this, that, whatever, various. And I went to a shop and I found one that suited what I wanted. That was about the right size. Not just, the length and width, but the thickness as well makes a difference. Kind of materials involved. Um, and, uh, and it was slightly over my budget, but a friend of mine was willing to turn around and say, you know what, I'll just cover the last, it was like $15 or whatever. It's like, okay. Took some research, bought a new mattress. I've been so happy with it ever since. And a vampire is going to turn around and you're not just going to take the first person you come across and try and convert them into a vampire. if it turns out they are a devout believer of the religion, that could be a bad time for you. You know, um, so you need to be careful, and plus, in a setting like Innistrad, you expect there's going to be a lot more people that are a lot more devout. Um, Faith actually has power in and of itself. And so you're going to put research into what kind of individual am I looking for to turn into a vampire, because this is it's almost like the idea of, if you want to have a child, like thinking, you know 10 years ahead of time, I am going to want to have a child. What kind of person am I looking for to be the matching half for the chromosomes for the child that's going to get created? I know what I have to. I know what I'm going to be donating. What am I looking for that can complement that? And then what kind of person is that? What kind of what kind of world are we bringing them into? Are we financially stable? This, that, whatever else. Because you could just do it the, old-fashioned way. Find somebody you fancy, have a great session, and a couple months later, either you or the other one, depending on which side of the scenario you're on, suddenly starts, you know, getting a larger tummy, and a few months after that, the little one pops out. And are you in a situation where where the two of you combined can handle having a child, or was this also a one night stand? Vampires generally put more put more thought into who they want their who they want as an offspring, because for the first while, until the young vampires proven themselves, the sire's it's still the sire's responsibility. At least in many settings that involve vampires. So, but the vampires of Innistrad, going, rewinding back, were very much acted like they were upper class citizens. Along the lines of, I am more powerful than you. You should bow down to me. You should be glad I don't smite you where you stand right this second, just for even like being on the same street I am. So, and so a lot of them did not care about the common rabble, and it's like, okay, fine. Well, I need a feed. I need a feed. Cool. This is what here's my meal for the day. At some point, and then you got werewolves who are going to have a similar problem, but they're going to be less picky. Their urges are more primal than that. And zombies don't care at all. They just want to run stuff from limb to limb. Surrounded by humans. At some point, there's going to be a low enough quantity of humans if things are just let to go the way, with no checks or balances, that if things are just let to go on with no checks or balances, the vampires are going to end up having to turn on themselves, like turn on each other. And Soren didn't want that. Soren was bright enough to go, that's a bad plan. So we should have something in place so the vampires don't get so far ahead that they end up having to turn on themselves. So, prior to Innistrad, he had created the Archangel Avacyn and some other angels to give the world, to give the plane some kind of protection from stuff getting out of hand. And Avacyn is incredibly powerful. I think this is the original. It's not the right version of it, but come on. Come on. Oh, why is this being like this? I'm not even doing anything difficult. Here we go. Okay, she's in Avacyn Restored. Avacyn, Angel of Hope. We're not going to end up covering her directly because she's going to be one of the top level commander cards. She's going to be too good for us to actually cover. Which sounds like a weird thing to say, but I digress. She's indestructible. She gives all your other permanents indestructible. She is huge. She is a big frickin' deal. Okay. She is a big deal. You get this out, and you need stuff that can get rid of stuff that's indestructible, which is really hard. So she creates, Soren creates Avacyn. There's a few other angels like Sigarda and I want to make sure I got the name right. Not Bridget. Sigarda. Alright, MTG. Sigarda. Bruna, Josella, and Lisa. Okay. So, Bruna was white-blue, Gisela was white-red, Lisa was white-black, Sigarda was white-green, and Avacyn was mono-white. So they're all white plus one of the other white plus one of the 5 colors, because Avacyn was yeah. Anyway, um yeah, they were charged with protecting humankind, basically from making sure that the vampires, again, don't get out of hand to the point where humankind gets wiped out, and so the vampires end up turning on each other. And so, because these are highly powerful good beings, because Thorin created them to be so, um, they were, you know, church, the Abyssinian church comes up, and this, that, and everything else, and then, the power that you get not just from the angels, but from the angel giving some of their power to, some of their favored, you know, followers, disciples, those in need, etc., etc., etc. Like, think what if you're familiar with fantasy settings at all, in terms of, like, stuff that, like, Dungeons and Dragons would be based on, that kind of fantasies, like medieval based fantasy settings with, gods that actually can and rarely actually do intervene in mortal affairs, etc., etc. Go down that rabbit hole, and yeah, you'll see what we're talking about. Avacyn ends up in a fight. Now to finally get to where the bit about Avacyn shows up. Ends up getting into a fight with a powerful demon called Griselbrand. And Griselbrand, which which I think is still banned in Commander. I do not remember for sure. Is there's this location called the Helvault, and it is designed to hold supernatural, incredibly powerful supernatural beings. Think like, think a prison system that is designed to hold Superman and Thor and Wonder Woman and Captain Marvel, either version, and Thanos and stuff of that kind of nature. Think of a prison designed to hold entities of that kind, that could potentially be that powerful. That's what the Helvault is basically for. Griselbrand is the most powerful uncaptured demon, and he is really powerful. He's the most powerful uncaptured demon on Innistrad. From the little bit, and I'll tell you right now, I'm going from the few minutes of reading I was looking at before I started the stream to make sure I picked up important, relevant information, because I'll be honest, I don't generally pay much attention to the storyline except for what I see in the cards. This is something I didn't know. He challenged. He basically challenged Avacyn to a duel, and she went to trap him in the Helvault, and he stabbed her with his spear, and it wasn't just him that got trapped, she also got trapped. And this is where Dark Ascension, this is when Dark Ascension is taking place. Is at this point, she is currently trapped in the Helvault. And so there's questions about what is going to happen to humanity now that the number one protector of humanity is trapped away somewhere that is not easily accessible, not easily openable, etc., etc., etc. And freeing her could also mean freeing him. So, that is where we find ourselves in Dark Ascension. And again, certain cards in the set, because a 3-set block, were designed to be just, I need a card that does X. And, you know, here's card X with set mechanic. Okay. They trimmed it, when they trimmed it down to 2, there were less, I want to say less disposable cards, because it's hard to find cards that have, like, that do with things that you're looking for. Like, think about this way. If you have 300 cards in the main set and 150 cards in each of the 2 later sets, that's 600 cards. And I'm assuming these are all new cards because I think historically it was like 330 minus 20 for basic land. So 310. And then 165 and 165, so 330 there. But you had like 10 and 15 and 15. So that gives you room for like 40 reprints. So you can pick and choose like 40 cards that are going to get reprinted into the set. Sorry, it was 350 because 20 were basic lands. 300, yeah. So, regardless, you've got somewhere around 600 new cards you have to design between 3 sets. And you know that roughly twice as many, half of them are going into this, and then half of what's left is going in here, and the rest are going here. And you have to be able to build them in such ways, like ideally you want to be able to build them in such ways that with some minor tweaking they could go into any of the 3 sets. But the first set has to give you enough, it has to have enough to actually build around. It has to, like, building, creating 600 new cards for a setting. You could probably build, like, I think a team can reasonably build, like, I think they found they could reasonably build, like, 400 or 500 cards without a problem. But then they started needing, we need a common, We need a common green card or an uncommon black card that does this, that has this kind of effect, because we need something to fill that slot. And you'd have people whose job was to just design cards that fit those requirements. And again, I'm not saying Skillful Lunge was one of them, but it very easily could have been, we need a white card that, a white instant that can pump a creature and give it first strike, because we do that every year. We have to have a white common that does that. And again, not saying it was one of those. I'm not saying it even feels like one of those. It is literally the first card on my screen. It is a example of a possibility. This very easily could have been a, something that they had a name, they came up with a name, and then they went, oh, well, that should be this. And they very easily could have built it that way. And if that's true, then this card, it does what it says it's supposed to do. Skillful Lunge. It's not gonna. It's only, proficiency with a weapon, and it's going to make you hit better, but it's not going to give you any defensive capabilities. But it's also going to let you hit stuff that's further away, i.e., let you hit them before they can hit you, which is why it's giving first strike. So, but they trimmed down to 2 sets. And I do not understand why they got rid of the block structure altogether. I think two probably would have been okay. Maybe they were just, cycling through settings or not cycling through settings, but I don't understand why they got rid of it, but they got rid of it, and now every set has to stand on its own, which is a mixed blessing. Because if you think about it, now you don't have to worry about, like, even though Spider-Man and Marvel superheroes are going to be in standard together, they're not. Subatomic Surfer. That's an interesting name. Suddenly no one to remember. Where's Ant-Man? Ant-Man is Marvel. Not bad, yourself? Mostly trying to give people a an understanding of basically what a block is, because they stopped doing that. They stopped doing blocks. Oh no. Oh no. Do I want to know what you're thinking about? I mean, the answer is yes. I'm curious now. I don't tend to throw combos into decks, although I have been known to do that. I do have a mono white deck that is every combo I could think of jammed into the same deck with no tutoring for any of it. Well, it starts with the single most abusable. Card. You know what? I'm gonna do that here. Talk about Scruffle. Scruffle. Whoops. Oh no. Yep. And our target is exalted Sunborn. I know you. I don't remember what you do. Sunborn. Oh, you're that. uh, that's a copy of target creature. You mean if you did your mathematics right? The first time you copy your Sunborn, you end up with 3 total. Target creature. So you have 1. You would make 1 copy. Hold on. If you make a copy, the first one feels right. But now you end up with 2, 4, 8. Yes, you should end up with 8 more copies. Then you have 2 to the 11, which is, then you should make 2,048 copies if my math is right. And then I don't even want to think about 2 to the exponent 2048. Control L equal to up arrow 2048. What 2048 equal 3 times 10 to the 616. Oh, jeez. Yeah. 6.6 times 10 to the 619. So the fourth time, you have a number that's got 620 digits. Yeah. Wow. Yep. Yep. that's insane. So, yeah. And you only need you could make it slightly you could make it slightly smaller, but enough smaller that that would just be a rounding error. And you could do it for 8 mana instead of 11. by warping the first one. Forget any sort of flickering ability. Just warp it, cast the paradigm, and go off. You also have anything that makes a non-legendary copy of a thing, so like Spark Double, for example. Plus, a lot of these cards that is it Mondrak that I'm thinking of? Yeah, Mondrak. You Spark Double Mondrak. You have the Elspeth, which you could equip with Luxior. Equip with Luxior. What's the one that does triple? And then, so some of those shenanigans, Judy. So you're talking this one. And there's except it has Judy's other abilities. Hope S time. I don't remember what Hope does. If you're going to do that thing, I recommend running I recommend running some graveyard removal. Rest in peace. Whatchamacallit? Lion Sash. Even something as simple as, one of my favorite cards it's a common, but it's actually managed to port its way to other decks that I have that are not commons only, which is Honored Heirloom. You mostly want cards like that to make sure you hit like specific cards. You really want Rest in Peace for something like this, just to make sure that if something would get milled. Inspiring Commander is you can't run Inspiring Commander does not exist in paper. Yeah, this does not exist in paper. Nope. Yeah. It is only on Arena. It is there's no reason it cannot. There's no reason it can't exist in paper. They just never made a paper printing for it yet. Hey, Rar. I really hope they do, because I think this would be really good for paper. But, don't forget, you're also playing blue. Getting consistent card draws should be like a piece of cake. But yeah, there's a few ways to get extra tokens, extra copying going off. Followed footsteps would also be a good card for something like that. Followed footsteps, attach it to your warp creature, and you'll end up doing the same sort of shenanigans. Yep. I might also suggest throwing in a random copy of either Mirror Gallery or Mirror Box. One or the other. Whichever you can get your hands on easier. Just to make sure that Mirror Box would be better. Because it says Legend Rule doesn't apply to permanents you control. Whereas Mirror Gallery, it just doesn't apply, period. Mirror Box only applies to your stuff. Yeah, power creep is the word you're looking for. But yeah. This is a but for your purposes, whichever you can get your hands on easier. Could you imagine if that effect didn't have to specify non-token? Yeah, but if you think about it, this means like the original gets boosted for, oh look, I get all these copies. I get bigger because of it. For something like that, you already have coat of arms. Yeah, no big deal. The funny thing is, Sunborn is where are you here? Flying in lifelink. So it could get chump blocked all day long by a 0/1 flying or reach indestructible creature. But in that time you can only have one legendary permanent with the same name on both sides. What, when Mirror Gallery came out? You could have. I think that was during the time when, if you played a legend with the same name, it will blow up both of them. I think. The legend rules change a few times. I don't remember for sure when that was. I think at that point it was like, if you play Gaia's Cradle and I have one out, they both get blown up. Like if I have Mindslaver and you have, and you two, the two players sacrifice the two of them. Yeah. Yeah, I think you and I are both saying the same thing then. Both, if we both end up with one in play, they both get blown up. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're not wording it any more badly than some people I know who've who grew up at this way speaking English would still end up wording it the same way, so don't worry about it. Terran Tusk. What the heck is Terran Tusk? Terran Tusk. Oh, this one. Yeah, Terran Tusk is the Terran Tusk is the Through the Omen Pass version of it. I actually like the art for that. I'm not sure which version I would prefer, but yeah, that definitely looks. I feel like that wants to be for like something that's like only a couple of creature types, or something that's like changeling heavy, so that you don't even have to think about it. That being said, still haven't actually done my first card yet. All right, but now that we have an understanding of my question is, do facts like that apply multiple? No, because Terran Tusk will basically go, "Are you one of these?" Yes, you get the effect. It's not going to go. Yeah, Voya is actually a good example. Um, because if you look at Voya, it asks about. Actually, no. If the creature is an elf and a wolf, you're going to get both abilities. But that's because it's also two separate abilities. Whereas Spider Ham is just, are you one of these? Yes, you get +1/+1. Ward 3, it's a crime. Yeah, Ward 3 is close to hexproof. It's not, but it's really close. Basically, just assume you're going to have to spend mass removal, untargeted removal on. Anyway. Yeah, Kappa Cannoneer. Um, Alright, what's the actual wording on you? There are 9 cards that have Ward 4. Sort by color. And you can play all of them in Simic. What, this one? Sacking 3 non-land permanents? Yeah, that's... Stars 7 deaths? Yeah, Stars 7 deaths is... I mean, that's... Stars 7 deaths, if nothing else, that's a ward that you can pay without having to give up any of your resources. Like, apart from your life total, but, you know, in a game where you start off with 40 life, you know, 7 life, while it's a lot, is something that, you know, you don't have to give up any of your permanents, any cards in hand, pay extra mana, anything like that. it's a lot, but you know, it's doable. And unlike other formats, like we're talking Commander here, you probably only have to worry about that once, barring somebody playing, you know, some kind of reanimation deck. But by the time you want to do it a second time, it's not unreasonable somebody's got some kind of wrath effect going on, at which point ward doesn't affect anything that's mass removal, barring something weird like hex. Anyway, before I get too far distracted, because I can get very distracted very easily, ask Rar. He's been here enough times. Almost an hour and a half into the stream, I still haven't hit the first card yet. Anyway, white cards, skillful lunge. The only real reason to see that I see for playing a card like this is it's a cheap card that gives first strike to a creature. The problem is, I think I want to say for 1 mana, like you could get this for 1 mana, or you know what? Okay, first things first. Instant. ID equal white, mana value less than 3. Let's see here. O colon. Oh wow, yes, interjection out of Secrets of Strixhaven, which just came out. Okay, so I would say for getting this effect, I would play like any of these 3 here first. Interjection and Riverguard's reflexes would be 1 and 2 in some order, depending on whether the fact that it's cheaper is more important or the fact that it untaps it is more important. If the cost is more important, you play interjection first. If untapping is more important, the reflexes is you play that first. But these 2 you should play first. Then Zealous Strike. And then, if I still want another card that does that, then I would go Skillful Lunge. If I'm playing a vampire deck specifically, then I would play probably Interjection and Vampire Zeal as 1 and 2. Reflexes is 3. Then Zealous Strike and Skillful Lunge at the end. But I don't see a deck generally wanting 5 of this specific effect. It's not impossible. I just don't see it being likely. You're generally going to want something else instead. But Skillful Lunge is, depending on the kind of deck you're brewing, at best it would be the third best option. Gavany Ironraid. The big reason to play this in any deck, in my opinion. Hey, Yorgo. The big reason to play this in any deck that I can think of at all is if you have something along the lines of Book of Exalted Deeds set up. I know. You've got Book of Exalted Deeds that has managed to kick in on a, I don't know, whatchamacallit, Faceless Haven or Mutavault or something of that effect, so that you can't lose the game until they get rid of the land. And then you combine it with something like Wells of Bossing, say, or the Avacyn that I was showing off earlier, the 8 mana one that makes everything indestructible. You combine those together, and then you don't care about your life total. Or alternatively, you go with yeah. Alternatively, there's Solemnity and Phyrexian Unlife. So if you get those together, you can never lose due to damage. Your life total can keep going down, 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 down. So there's a few ways of keeping yourself going while you're at 0 life or less. Or cards along the lines of Lich from Unlimited, anything along that lines at all. Which basically sets your life total to 0. Relevant line of text, you don't lose the game for having 0 or less life. And then has ways to, to blow itself up. But relevantly here says you don't lose the game for... no. Because Solemnity plus 9 lives would prevent the damage. That only... Well, I shouldn't say no. It only works if your life total is already low enough. If your life total is already, 5 or lower, then yes, it'll do what you're looking for. If it's not, it will stop you from going it will stop you from going down that far. That being said, there's a few ways. Some are mono white, some are white and black. There may be methods in other color schemes. Heck, you could, if you're lucky, you could even end up with something like, a really low life total. Sure, but if it does go away, you lose the game. Not because of whatever happens to your life total, but just because 9 lives says so. So anything along the lines, anything that can blow up all enchantments, for example. Which some cards do that. Like Nevinyrral's Disc, for example. Cards of that nature. or Blast Zone can get rid of it. Yeah, yeah. Best options, yeah. You can do it in mono white. It's not unreasonable to do it in mono white. Uh, close. No worries. I, English, I feel sorry for anybody who tries to learn English. And like somebody who's not a native speaker of the language, and they try to learn it, and it's like it is, in my opinion, it is one of the worst languages in the world to run because every other language I have come across makes so much more sense to than English does. And English is my first language, but it steals words from different languages. It steals grammar from different languages. There's like people wonder why English does has so many exceptions. It's because it's taking things from everywhere else and trying to like throw it into a blender and see what happens. And yeah, yeah, it is bad. Wait, how are we talking about this now? Uh, Spanish, from what I have seen, is a lot like French, and French is nowhere near as bad as English is. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but my exposure says it feels a lot like. I mean, I had a friend when I was in high school, and she one semester she was taking Spanish and French at the same time, and her teacher for Spanish was also a French teacher. And so she told me that he was willing to give her part marks for certain things because he could see where her brain was trying to go. Like she she might have the actual words or whatever wrong, but he could tell she had the right thought process because he understood and he knew both. I'm forced to learn French. I actually cannot learn anything in 3 years, and don't get me started on numbers. To be fair, the only numbers I actually remember are from. I live close to the border with the U.S., and so a lot of stuff when we were growing up that we were getting. We didn't have cable in our house. We had to get everything through the antenna. The internet was not in everybody's home yet. Was Sesame Street, and American Sesame Street regularly taught kids uh, how to say certain very simple things in Spanish, like how to count up to 20. Partly because they've got a large Spanish culture, and they're also not just neighbors with Canada, but also with Mexico, and basically anything south of the U.S. apart from like one country largely speaks Spanish, so it makes sense. Well, the funny thing about that is after that, you basically say 67, 68, 69, 60, 10, 60, 11, 60, 12. It's once you hit 80 that it ends up being weird because you're saying 420s. You actually have to start doing math account. Yeah. Well, when you when you hit uh, up to 79, you're fine. Cuz you know, you just go 60 and then you just keep count, add one, add one, add one, add one. Add, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's once you get past 79, now you actually have to do, now the actual math comes in. It's like, yeah, I don't get it either. That being said, um, oh good lord, German, 30, 40, 40, 60, 70, 80. If you get to German, if German feels backwards because you'll have the number for like 30. But if you want to say, let's say 37, you don't say 37, which you would say in which literally translates in French and in Spanish and a bunch of other languages as 37 or 30 and 7 or something of that nature. No, no. German, it's 7 and 30. You've got all the numbers in your tens, and, it's, uh, let me think here. 9, 11 and 12 have their own numbers. 13 to 19 sound normal. All of the tens are normal. But anything in between those tens, it's always number plus the tens. So 37 is 7 and 30. Yeah, yeah. Do you want to hear the funny thing? In English, there's a saying when it's like, I cannot understand this at all. And in English, we say it's all Greek to me. Because English and Greek, very, very different from each other. German has a similar expression, except they don't say it's all Greek to me. They say it's all Spanish to me. I'm telling you how German numbers work, and I see the yeah, exactly. It's like, how does this? Yeah. Although I will say one thing in defense of the German language. There's a lot of and I mean a lot of rules to it. But once you get the hang of the rules, everything falls into place. Things just, if you can understand basically if you can understand the structure, everything is, well, this goes here, this goes here, this goes here, and it's easy. If you don't understand the structure, it's not going to work. But yeah, it's let's continue with the set, dude. Yeah, I don't blame you. But yeah, like I was saying, Gavany Ironwright, if you can find a way to make this to if you can make Fateful Hour work for you consistently. Um, you know, paying life for abilities, and like I feel like a deck that runs Fateful Hour wants a card like Book of Wrath. I really feel like this is the kind of card that wants Book of Wrath. Here's the Master's Edition version, so the text looks cleaner. Because that's the sort of card that can let you pay life consistently to get your life total low enough so you can actually have Fateful Hour kick in. And then you just need to make sure you keep yourself alive during that. There's other ways to do that too. Um, you know, you're already in white, having up your like white is really good at playing defense. So your uh whatchamacallit, ghostly prison and similar effects like your ghostly prisons and your thalias and your all these. Oh, you want to do what? Yeah, pay extra so you can. But this card, it's bad for what it does, in my opinion. I mean, yes and no. Because the thing is, like, you have a. Let's say you drop a living weapon. I don't know. Let's say Batterskull. It's a bad example for this deck, but let's say Batterskull. And somebody blows up the Batterskull. If this has kicked in with Fateful Hour, your germ stays alive and is now an actual 1/4. I think for just a 1/4, paying 2 mana is about right. Actually, you know, honestly, the Fateful Hour ability is almost free. You're paying like half a mana, I think, for the Fateful Hour ability. You're not paying much at all. So, but a lot of it's a reasonable card that when things go bad or if you build around it can suddenly turn like that's how Fateful Hour works. Cards go from they're okay to wow, this is really good now. You were talking about an enchantment. The only cards I can think of that do something similar to this tend to be defensive, and this doesn't have to be used offensively. Like it certainly looks like it, but it doesn't have to be. Again, if you do have Faithful Hour, it also helps keep your creatures around. So somebody's going, was it chain reaction or something like that? They will survive it a lot easier. So, I I see potential. I see a possibility for that. I'm not saying I think it's the best card for it. I'm just saying I think there are ways you can build with it. Nibelus of the Mist. Uh, when this enters, you may tap target creature. I almost wish this was an attack trigger instead of an enters trigger. If this was an attack trigger, this instead of being like the third worst card from the set would probably be like up here somewhere. Because just being able to attack. Well, why flying? Why not flash? It's a. We're talking Dark Ascension. Spirits at that point were more of a. It's a flying creature type. they wanted a creature that's, that worked well in a spirit deck. I think the only reason you would play this, realistically, is because it's an enters effect, you're looking for something that you can flicker and or recur easily. I think that's your best option. Wandering Ones is better than this. You think so? I'm not saying Wandering Ones. I don't remember. Also, I do not know why this thing is there. Nah, because Wandering Ones doesn't do anything. For an extra two mana, you get evasion, you get an extra point of power, and you get an ability, like you get an ETB that you can use. Wandering Ones is just a 1/1 creature that has a relevant creature type. I disagree that Wandering Ones is better. But yeah. I think the only reason I would have any interest in playing Nibelus is if I had some kind of flicker thing going on. But for that, I don't know. Oh, wait. Hold on. Meekstone. Also, I do not know why I'm having so much trouble with getting this. Let's see here. M-E-K. Meekstone. There we go. Creatures power 3 or greater don't untap during their controller's untap steps. A deck that runs this and like Nibelus with any sort of like consistent flicker, that's a route I can potentially see. Thraben, I just might have to like point to the cards I'm talking to right now. This connection is really bad right now. And I'm not even on wireless. I am directly wired to the modem. But yeah, Thraben Heretic. It's not a bad graveyard card, like graveyard removal card. It is just tap to do it, which is nice on a 2/2 for 2. I would prefer a mana activated ability so you can do it more than once. There we go. I think I could conceive. I think I could arguably see this in a budget build. And let's be honest, most of the stuff that you do care about removing from graveyards in general are going to be creatures. You don't want people doing silly shenanigans with like mass reanimation or stuff of that nature. So Thraben Heretic, I can see that being, you know, like yes, I agree. There are better options, but if you want extra removal that is, extra removal on a body that's cheap to get your hands on, or that If you have it, if you're just building out random stuff you've got floating around the house, you could do worse. Break of Day. I know Break of Day is the sort of card that when I was sketching out my wrong one, my mono white commons deck. Where are we here? I know when I was sketching this beastie out, I definitely considered it. This is, as I've mentioned in the past, basically, the premise is I spend one card, I get at least two bodies out of it. And at some point, I needed cards that could pump my team. I know Break of Day I glanced at. I passed on it because I decided that for 3 mana, I can commonly get at least +2 power. And anything that only gave +1 either has an alternate cost or puts +1 counters on instead. So, or, in case of cards like Charismatic Vanguard, I can, I can activate it more than once. So, pretty much everything else gives at least +2 power. Or Warded Battlements, the one common card that I could find that could actually get the closest I could find to a Lord for this deck. But I tried really hard to get as much +2 power at common as I could. That was reasonable. Break of Day, it didn't make it. It is something that I've considered. But if I'm at 5 life or less, I've lost the game. Making my stuff indestructible. There's a lot of wrath effects in the format where people just do not care about how big your creatures are, about whether they've got indestructible or not, because there's a lot of wrath effects that exile the creatures. Even Hallowed Burial really wreaks havoc with a lot of decks, and Indestructible doesn't care about Hallowed Burial either. So this is okay. I think for an instant that gives only +1/+1, I don't think it's good enough. I think I would rather play the Thraben Heretic in general over Break a Day. Elgod Inquisitor. If you're considering any sort of Aristocrats build and you're going white instead of black, it's a card to consider for that. Also, if you've got ways to like consistently reanimate your creatures, especially cheap creatures that are like, this has only got 2 power. A lot of reanimation cares about power, not a lot of reanimation cares how big the creature is. Yes, some of it cares about how much mana it costs. Some of it cares about how much power it has. And this will get you 2 bodies out of 1 creature for that style of deck. So this isn't the kind of card that I would have put in my into this deck. But if I'm going with more of an Aristocrat style build, yeah, I'd be certainly looking at it. Because you can build Aristocrats, it turns out, in more colors than just black. I think green is often, so not strictly, going to rely on creatures that have Undying or Persist. I think blue might be the hardest one, but I think blue actually has. I'm gonna have to look into it, but I think blue actually might have enough options. You might not be able to do it just at commons. I need to figure out how to build mono blue aristocrats. Yes, I like building weird decks. I like weird decks, and I cannot lie. Um, Hollow Henge Spirit, 4 mana, 2/2 flash flyer. When it enters, remove target attacking or blocking creature from combat. So basically, it comes into play. You, Maze of Ith. Wait, what? You, Maze of Ith. Alright, fine, you're gonna be like that. I'm just gonna have to do this the old-fashioned or the other way. But yeah. Again, I might also just have to go pull up Gatherer instead. Hollow Henge Spirit. I mean, it's a cute combat trick, but it's only going to deal with like one creature. It's not terrible if you care about somebody playing a Voltron deck of some sort, but I don't think I would generally bother with it. Silverclaw Griffin, 4 power, 4 mana for 3 power flying first strike. I would say it's a lot better than it first appears. Plus, it's also like a random common. That first strike is going to be huge. There are most of the local game stores in my area, and most of the local game stores that I've seen, generally charge 25 cents for the baseline for a common. And because, keep in mind, you're talking a physical local game store. You know, a store that has to not just, you know, worry about the stock that they've got, but also pay the employees, pay electricity, pay, pay for this, pay for the, pay for the location they're in, so on and so forth. And so 25 cents is a typical price that I normally see. There's one that goes, I think it's like 10 or 15 cents. And this is one of those cards that I'd say it is worth paying, it's worth paying a quarter for it. Normally it's like 25 cents for commons. I think like 50 cents for non-common minimum. And then like $1 and up for rares. And sometimes it's even more than, like, sometimes it's like maybe $2 for or more for a mythic, depending on the store you're at. Assuming you're talking about going to an actual physical store. You're buying online. All bets are off because a lot of these people are just like, hey, by the way, I've got this stash of cards. I'm just going to sell them and whatever. Somebody operating out of their basement or whatever. And so any money they make is almost strictly profit. Apart from whatever it costs to get more cards in. But yeah, I mean, we get somebody trading in like a box of bulk, and I don't know, let's say they get a box like this full of bulk, and somebody has to go eventually and sort through this and figure out what exactly is in it and sort it out and figure out if there's anything that's, that bulk has to get put somewhere at some point. And if you're lucky, it's all sorted by set and by, whatever, and then we can put it away quickly and easily, so it takes us less time. And if it's not, somebody has to sort it by set, sort it by color, sort by alphabetical, and then put it away, once it's actually been added to inventory, which is going to take a while, put away, yada, yada, yada. Which is why stores end up charging that does not do what I want. That being said, yeah, and so that's why an actual physical store ends up charging more than, oh, I can get this on TCG Player for, or Card Kingdom or whatever other, because a lot of these places are just doing it off of, hey, here's some random stuff that I have. Let's see if I can sell it and make some money off of it. And so I see this and I'm like, 15 cents, we'll convert that over. Okay, yeah, this is worth, I would pay a quarter for this. Because 3 power flying first strike at 5 mana, common or not, that's actually pretty decent. I mean, yes, it dies to a lot of things, but it's also, like, if I'm playing Griffins, I definitely want a card like this in. Because, 3 power first strike is going to do, like, it's going to kill. As a blocker, it's going to kill a lot of things. Because a lot of people are playing with, like, 1/1 tokens and 2/2 soldiers and what have you. And even if you go up against something big that's like a 7/3, 3 toughness. Yeah. Block, first strike, kill it. Block, first strike, kill it. But I got trample. That's nice. You don't get a chance to hit back. Kill it. By the time you hit 3 points of first strike, you're starting to look at it as a consistent removal spell. If this gets any sort of power pump, it's going to start going up against, like, the mid-range creatures, the 6/4s and whatnot. And yeah, I really like cards like this. I yeah, yeah, I would definitely, I could see me playing this over most of the rest of these cards. I think that makes sense. Burden of Guilt. Yeah, I think Burden of Guilt only really works well if you've got something that either wants the creature to be tapped. So my favorite example being Scare Tiller. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, either put a land from your hand into play tapped, or one from your graveyard into play tapped. Also, it does not care what kind of land it is. It just says a land card. So you can pay 1 and have it and suddenly play land. Get an extra land in play. Or alternatively, something that has a way to untap itself and have something that cares about whenever this becomes tapped or whenever this becomes untapped or something of that nature. But this starts feeling in general like if you want to do that, you're going to need like a card to tap it, a card to untap it, and a card that cares about being tapped or untapped. And that feels like it might be too many moving parts. Because if you're doing something like Scaretiller, just throw something like Viridian Longbow on it and then have a reason for it being tapped in the first place. Like, tap, ping. Oh, by the way, I'm going to get a land out. Or, something like, whatchamacallit, Presence of Gaunt. Tap, I make a 1/1 token. By the way, I'm going to grab an extra land. So, if you're looking at a card like this, just because for 1 extra mana you got Pacifism, and now Pacifism's been power crept by a Rust with upside for the cost of Pacifism. Just pass on it. It's not worth it. Sanctuary Cat. If you're playing vanilla, you are looking at for 1 mana, you're generally looking at 1/1s and 1/2s, and extremely rarely you're looking at 0/4s, 0/3s, 0/2s, or probably most interestingly, the extremely rare 2/2. There's a reason why Isamaru Hound of Konda was such a big deal in standard back during the first trip to Kamigawa, because for 1 mana he was a 2/2 creature. No abilities. It was legendary. That didn't matter. You run at least 3 of him, probably 4. Because 2 power for 1 mana on turn 1, and then you followed up with like other stuff that was like equally big. Or, well, I shouldn't say equally big. That was ideally bigger than what it cost to cast. But yeah, Sanctuary Cat, if you're playing vanillas, you're probably looking at this at one of your 1-drops. If you're bothering with 1-drops. If you're not bothering with 1-drops, I don't blame you. I don't think in a format like Commander it's worth it. In a format like Commander, because as a general rule of thumb, the biggest you are typically going to see at 1 mana is a 2-power creature, which is not that big a deal. But at 2 mana, it is not unreasonable to see a 3-power creature. It is possible to see a 4-power creature. So depending on how you build your deck, if you're going for something aggressive at all, I would generally skip your 1-drops and go straight to 2. It is worth a lot more than playing 2 1-drops. Doesn't mean you can't have any 1-drops in your deck, just don't assume that they're going to be creatures. Also, because of that, don't be afraid to run some lands that will enter tapped, but have useful abilities. But yeah, Sanctuary Cat would probably find myself passing on just because I don't think it's good enough for any particular deck. Sudden Disappearance. Exile all non-land permanents target player controls. Return the exile cards to the battlefield under their owner's control at the beginning of the next 10 step. You're targeting yourself with this, obviously. you have a bunch of cards that either have leave play triggers or enter triggers. It does not say the cards enter tapped. So that's kind of adorable. So you can attack with a bunch of creatures, then exile them, and at the beginning of the next end step, bring them all back into play untapped. So that's one way to use it. You're playing with a bunch of stuff with enter the battlefield triggers. Some cards back in the day and some more recent cards actually have abilities that say when they leave the battlefield, not when they're put into the graveyard or what have you. I think Edge of Eternities has got some cards like that. Yeah, that feels right because it's got cards that have got warp. And when they leave, when you warp them in, they get exiled, so you can recast them later. So they want leave the battlefield, not dies triggers. So sudden disappearance, yeah, you can. Oh no. Warp in a few things. Sack a few random tokens to Ashnod's Altar. Sudden disappearance. Flicker them all out. Have them all come back in. Thunk. Get to keep them forever. Yeah. So, yes, there are ways to make that work. If you need me to tell you how to make sudden disappearance work, look it up. Seance. Seance is difficult to make work well. Seance, basically, start of your turn, you can exile a card from your graveyard, make a token that's a copy of it, does not say it gets haste or anything. You exile the token at the end of turn. So it's around for most of your turn. But unless it says unless the creature itself says it's got haste or something like that, you're losing it. So how do you make this work? Well, one, there's a handful of cards that actually care about, if they're exiled, like Mist Hollow Griffin, you can cast them from exile. Eternal Scourge also comes to mind. So this gives you a creature. This gives you an additional way to get a creature that's set up in your graveyard. Could have been milled into exile so that you can cast it from there later. Second of all, you have people commonly have creatures that they're playing largely because of an ability they have. And if it's an enter the battlefield, A0. If it's an enter the battlefield or a leave the battlefield trigger, you're going to get that. Alternatively, you have a way to give it haste. At which case, you can then, if you want to be able to swing with a big creature cheaply, sometimes one attack is enough to be sufficiently disruptive. So that's an option. The more fun part is that, okay, it's a token that comes into play. That's a triggered ability. That last sentence is a triggered ability that goes on the stack at the end of turn. At the beginning of the next end step, which triggered ability on the stack, activate Sundial of the Infinite, and the first thing that it does is it removes anything that's on the stack. Or, because it's triggered ability, there are spells and abilities that you can use to counter triggered abilities. I would prefer Sundial of the Infinite for an effect like this, but you could just as easily use a card like Disallow, for example, or what do you call it? Mirror Shell Crab. Using Sundial doesn't, means that you don't have to go into another color. Posted a custom command. I feel is a bit too strong. I think I reworded it, Zero. Unless you posted another one. I think this is the one where you were talking about auras, right? Blue cards. Based on the assumptions that Phantom Monster would have been considered fair-ish at that point, this feels about right. I just don't feel like this is enough, because it's like, because I feel like for, what is it? 3 mana, well, no. Nowadays, you can get for, I think you can get for 3 mana, you can get a 2/2 flash flyer. No, wrong one. Where are you? Discord. Which chord? Discord. Boop. Yeah, Zero, I think you're talking about the Fox Shaman. Yeah, I did look at it. I did try to clean up the wording in a way that makes mostly try to reword it in a manner that looks closer to what actual Oracle text would say. That's the only thing I try to do with it at all. 3 mana, no, 4 mana. I do want to point out, for that cost, for that exact cost, and that size, you are looking at something to, you're looking at something that might be getting compared to Kalia of the Vast. She's the exact same mana cost. She's also a 2/2 flyer. Kalia of the Vast is incredibly powerful. I think, based on that, I think this would probably be fine. I mean, obviously it still needs a name. But I think what you've got there would still be fine. Yeah. Yeah, I see. I think that's fine. Um, my only question is I'm not entirely sure I see where the red fits in. Oh, never mind. I apologize. I misread what she had. Or I'm going to keep saying she because I keep comparing it to Kalia. It's haste and lifelink. She just has flying. Uh, I think you could remove lifelink and potentially give it. I don't know. I want another like, and this is me personally. Um, like, wait a sec. White, blue, and red. Uh, so I completely misremembered the color scheme. That's annoying. White, blue, and red. So she's in. What are you? Jeskai. Blue. So white makes sense there. Blue makes sense there. Red. Yeah. Yeah, I did post a response to it as well. I guess you hadn't had a chance to see it yet. Although to be fair, I often don't remember to actually look into stuff until, you know, until somebody comes into the next stream and says, "Hey, by the way, did you see my?" So I can't blame you for not seeing, for going, "Hey, by the way, have you seen?" This time I saw it. Do I? I do not. There we go. So here's the version that Zero posted one about 8.5 hours ago. And so this is me approximately rewording it. And then this is me posting a link to what Umbra Armor actually does, which is similar to what you said, but then there's another thing I wrote where I said that, Umbra Armor just, you know, Umbra Armor will do its thing automatically, whereas what you said gives you the option to do it. So you could blow it up. Like you could sacrifice the Umbra, or you could just leave it and let the thing die. So I think my wording is cleaner, but it's not necessarily it's not the same. It's not like there is a difference between what I wrote for that ability and what you wrote. Basically, mine, it's almost like mine's a replacement effect and yours is a triggered ability. And the question is, which is more relevant here? Which is more useful? And if it makes more sense for it to be a triggered ability, it makes more sense for it to be a triggered ability. We'll do it that way. It's, it's your card. The question is, what makes more sense to you in your head, in your head. So, but yes, I have responded to it. And I don't think, especially with modern days, I don't think it would be too strong. I might tweak some of the abilities, but I think it'd be fine. Especially since people playing auras generally just load them all up onto the same thing. And this would give people a reason to spread them out, which is much less common. But yeah. Nephalia Sea Kite, Nephalia Sea Kite, I don't see a good reason for running it in general. Again, if you're making if you're going for, I don't know, maybe if you're going for a bird tribal out of just like random stuff that you've got floating around, and maybe you want like a handful of cards that you might have to pick up, then I could see it. But as for, you're going through your random Jenkin, hey, I've got this, hey, I've got this, hey, I've got this. I could see that. But if you are brewing from scratch, even if you're brewing on a budget, I don't see a good reason for playing the Sea Kite in Commander. Headless Scab, on the other hand, as a 3 mana, enters tapped. It's a 3/6 additional cost exile creature card from your graveyard. Okay. Well, there's two ways to do that. One, you care that it's a 3 mana creature and that's it. You have stuff like Unearth or Helping Hands that can bring back a cheap creature from your graveyard. Or you can tick up Ether Vial to 3 not unreasonably. Or, something of this nature that cares about the fact that, like, it can be reanimated with Sun Titan fairly easily. So caring about the fact that it's 3 mana and not caring about casting it is fairly easy. Number 2, it's a big creature. Like, it is a healthy sized creature in blue at a cheap cost. This is not something one normally sees. You could play it fair, for varying definitions of fair. You just have to have enough stuff that is going to die at some point. And you don't care, like, if cards going to your graveyard, for the most part, are might as well be exiled. I don't have a way to get it back. Then Headless Scab have a reason for using your graveyard. It enters tapped. Okay, that's nice. If you're doing silly things with like Ether Vial and stuff like that, I mean, you could cheat it into play, on somebody else's turn with some other effect. You throw this in a deck that's got like a Born Oculus, and you've got a creature that you can turn face up for 3 mana. It's already on the battlefield, so it's not going to be tapped. You put it into play versus, with a Born Oculus, so it entered face down. So it never got cast, so you don't have to worry about X on the creature. You turn face up, and it's like, hey, by the way, I got a 3/6. What? Yeah, I got a 3/6. Deal with it. Like, there are multiple. Never mind the fact that it's a zombie warrior, which means, I think most of the time the zombie part is going to be the more relevant part, but there are cards that care about warrior synergies. And so it's like, okay, I have this guy. He's a big, screw you, get out of my way creature. I'm seeing this, like, keep in mind, when I first saw this card, this would have been during Innistrad. Commander wasn't really a thing. Commander was basically a format that judges occasionally played at the end of a long day at a Grand Prix or Pro Tour or, some other big event to help them unwind. Most people had no idea what the format was. I knew about it because I had a very good relationship with a couple of judges, and this, one of them was the kind of person who'd be like, he'd head judge your pre-release, and it was I want to say Eventide. I forget the actual set, but it was during the original Lauren block, and I know I've told this story before. And he's walking by, and it's like, hey, look what I got. Here's a card that's got like 6 green mana symbols on it. And he's like, well, you know what you got to do now is go through your entire pool and find anything that's got a green mana symbol put in your deck. And I looked up at him and went, okay. You know I'm not serious. Hey, a judge told me to do this. I have to do it. He's like, what have I done? I had to try and kill the same Una, Queen of the Fae, 3 times in the same game once. I managed to kill her twice. I couldn't do it the 3rd time. But man, was that fun. That was hilarious. Anyway, yeah. So, this was not really a card that was on my radar for anything at that point. And I'm looking at it, 14 years later, and I'm like, I can see potential homes for that thing. I can see potential for ways to play that thing. I have ideas for that thing. 14 years ago? Nah. It was big, but it's like, how am I going to make this work? Relentless Scabs is going to be similar. Again, another big, giant, screw you creature. It's just a zombie. So 5 mana, 4/4. Additional cost, exile creature card from your graveyard. But it has Undying. Well, that Undying... The funny thing about it having Undying means that there's combo potential for it. Because all you have to do is find a way to either eat that counter... what do you call it? Something like Soul Diviner. Tap and remove a counter from an artifact, creature, land, or planeswalker you control. Draw a card. So you remove the +1/+1 counter. You then sacrifice it. Or you have a card like Solemnity that we were talking about earlier, where counters can't be put on stuff. And then this won't enter with a counter. And so it can continuously keep coming back into play. And anything that cares about, you know, hey look, I sacrifice it to this effect, I sacrifice it to that effect, and you just keep looping it. So while I see homes for this, because the Relentless Scabs has got Undying, I see more uses for that. Hey, Holly. Holly, get your adverbs here. If you are not from Canada or the United States, you're probably not going to get that reference. And you have to be a certain age to understand that reference. And probably only a certain section, only a certain section of Canada, I think. And yeah. Anywho. Chant of the Skiff thing. So, what this is basically going to do is take any creature that it's attached to and essentially bring its power down to 0. But that's it. It's... If I want to... Getting -7 is probably enough. Taking a creature and reducing its power down to 0 just means that, okay, so I'm not going to be able to attack for damage, but then you still get, stuff like Sun Titan, for example, has got attack triggers. Some creatures don't care about the ability to attack and deal damage. They just care about attacking or blocking or this, that, whatever. If you're going to play, if you're looking at this card, unless you've got a really good reason for playing this, first of all, I would recommend looking into cards that feel like you are playing with fog instead. And I'm assuming we're still talking mono blue here. So a card like Aetherize is a lot more useful. Anything that can do something about attacking creatures. Having attacking creatures or creatures your opponents control or something getting -2 power does a lot. The big reason you want a card like Chat of the Skiff Saying specifically is when you're looking at a card that has an ability that cares about its power. Yeah, it makes Emrakul become a 2/5. Guess what? Emrakul being a 2/15 still has Annihilator 6, which is the bigger problem. Also, how you going to get Chant of the Skiff Saying and enchanting it in the first place? Not very easily. Doable, but not easily. And crew it with a bunch of squirrels. Sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, so there are creatures like Viridian Joiner comes to mind. And there's others similar. There's other similar cards that say, in this case tap, add an amount of green equal to this creature's power. While you do that, it is going to be a very uphill battle for Viridian Joiner to produce, to get up to producing 1 mana again. Or rare attack with cards that state they can't be sacrificed. Yeah, but still. So there's a handful of cards that can do something useful, like that care about their power, where you want something like Chad of the Gift saying. But I mean, honestly, most of the times for the same rarity, I would rather play Raven Form, which will just exile the creature completely. Here you can have a 1/1 Flying Bird instead. Same cost. One's an enchant, one's an aura, the other is a sorcery, which for the most part means both of them you have to cast on your turn. After you draw a card, outside combat, not in response to something. I would rather play that over this. 99 times out of 100. I have to have a very specific reason why I want something like Chat of the Skiff Saying in my deck instead. It doesn't mean they don't exist. But I'm not, unless somebody in your group is playing with a bunch of cards along the lines of Viridian Joiner and other similar cards that say, do a thing based on their power. Yeah, just play Raven Form or a similar card instead. Stormbound Geist, 2/2 flyer for 3, can only block other flyers, but has Undying. So, slightly worse than Windrake, but it has Undying, so that compensates there. And again, because it has Undying, it runs into the same situation as the Relentless Scab, where if you can get rid of that counter somehow by making sure it never is able to enter with one, or something of that, or having your creatures enter with -1 counters on them, or something. Stormbound Geist, you can just keep like infinitely comboing with something like, I don't know, Altar of Dementia comes to mind. Plus a 2/2, plus it's still a 2/2 flyer that can become a 3/3 flyer. That's still pretty good. I mean, I would not have a problem playing that card again, because people consistently overlook flying creatures. It's good enough. This was good. I believe, Holly, do you remember? If memory serves me correctly, this card actually saw a standard play. I believe that's accurate. I think it did. Because Undying was Undying is a pretty big deal, even if you don't have combo shenanigans to go with it. That suddenly means you have 8 creatures in your deck using up only 4 slots. Tower Geist, 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer When it enters, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one in your hand, the other in your graveyard. That is this strategic? No, I want to say strategic planning, but I think strategic planning is 3 cards. You. Strategic planning is 3 cards. Yeah. And what was sleight? Oh, sleight of hand? Sleight of hand puts one in your hand and the other on the bottom. So it's a cross between sleight of hand and strategic planning. And I'm sure there's a card that does that. You know what? You. O colon boop. Nagging thoughts. Wow. Sort by color. Literally just nagging thoughts is the only card that straight up does it. And that's got flashback. Huh. Interesting. They can't give us nagging thoughts without flashback. Or like just so I would say that's a 1 mana sorcery. I'm learning accounting while watching a stream. Lol. I've never taken it, but my dad was treasurer at our church for over a decade, so I have picked up some bits and pieces. So I might be able to help at some point with that. If you want to chat about that stuff later at some point. But yeah, Terrorgeist. I think I'm okay with this in general. Like it's again, it's one more than Windrake. Back when Windrake would have been considered balanced. I feel like nowadays there's like better. Actually, you know what? Nowadays we've got Talus Lookout, which is slightly harder to cast. It's the same ability. You're paying another half a mana and getting a 3rd point of power. Or for 1 mana less, 1 less toughness. And no flying. And these two are both really common or really recent cards, like 22 and 25, which suggests to me Terrorgeist is still costed about right. Which is kind of saying something concerning the age of the card. I think you would rather have Scry or Surveil. Probably Scry. But if you're looking to... I think just having the extra card in general is probably worth it. And then, like, what's the other card doing? if you want to mill yourself, there's more efficient ways to mill yourself. You know, you would have something that's like 2/2 flyer when the center's mill 4, or something like that. um, I would say this is the kind of card that you play when your deck commonly is looking for certain categories of cards and not specific cards. So I am looking for a removal spell as opposed to I'm looking for Swords and Plowshares. I am looking for a land as opposed to I'm looking for Indotha Triome. I'm looking for a creature as opposed to I'm looking for a Born Oculus. So if your deck tends to have a lot of conceptual redundancy to it, then yeah, a card like Terrorgeist can make more sense. Like if you're playing with Persistent Petitioners, you could probably, or something built on that kind of, lots of redundancy to it, then Terrorgeist can make more sense. I could actually see that in whatchamacallit, Slime Against Humanity or Dragon's Approach, because putting the card into, putting the copy into your graveyard is still fine because it still has a useful effect. If you are playing Relentless Rats or Rat Colony and you're combining it with some kind of mass reanimation spell, Towergeist makes more sense in a deck like that. So I can see homes for it. I think it's okay, but I think most times I would generally rather have like Augur of Bolas. But like this can get you lands. Is the other thing. Because it's grab one of the top 2 cards. Griptide. Put target creature on top of its owner's library. 4 mana instant. I've mentioned this before. Not only does this, not only can you go, oh, you're attacking with that? No, put it on top of your deck. You can also really screw people up by, great, I got my Giant Eldrazi out or whatever. Okay, end of your turn, I'm going to crack a fetch. Oh, before you do your search, what? Before you do your search, in response, Griptide that guy. What? Flip table. Yeah, a card like Griptide is really good. Almost removal. I would actually, you know what? I need to, where are you here? I need this one. Griptide, Dark Ascension. Let me think here. Yeah, so this has got multiple uses. It is a it is an absolutely huge delaying tactic. This is better than shutting down a creature for a couple of turns. This is more than likely going to be like, unless somebody's got a way to like tutor it back out. See you, Holly. This is going to make people just, they're not going to be happy hamsters. Soul Caesar. Soul Caesar is weird. So it's 5 mana for a 1/3 flyer. Okay. Which sounds bad. You're looking at a 2/2 flyer basically, so that should be 3 mana. When it deals combat damage to a player, you may transform it. If you do, attach it to target creature that player controls. Oh look, I managed to hit you for 1 point of damage. If you may transform it, which literally means I take the card and I just turn it over. It doesn't leave the battlefield and come back. It only does that if the effect says so. Some cards say exile it to return it transformed. This one just says, nope, just turn it over. And then attach this to target creature that player controls. You control enchanted creature. I think you can probably only get away with doing this maybe once or twice at a table. But if you pull this off, it's going to be hilarious because they're going to have like this giant, screw you 7/7 beastie. You're going to have this like random 10-cent card and you're going to be like, I'm going to attack with my 1/3 flyer. Okay, sure. I'll take it. Cool. I hit you for damage. I'm going to transform this. Give me your creature. Wait, what? Yeah. People are not going to be happy when they see you do that. By the way, it's a 10-cent card. You're building on a budget and you want to muck around. Yeah. Even funnier is when you've got stuff like Rogue's Passage to make sure that this is going to get through for damage. They're not going to trust you anymore. How much is Rogue's Passage anyway? View all prints as checklist and USD is 35 cents. Damn. There's probably cheaper ways, but you get the idea. Yeah. Screeching Scab. 2 mana for a 2/1 when this enters mill 2 cards. If you're looking to self-mill, this is the better card. Although you could still do better than there are, I think for 1 mana as a sorcery, Tome Scour lets you mill 5. That's target player. For 2 mana, I know you can mill 7. And that's without going through, shenanigans. That's just that's just I want to mill. But yeah, cards like this, if you're if you're looking to self-mill, you probably want cards of this nature. I don't think you want this per se, unless you're trying to go for something that's like self-mill but aggro. I'm hitting you for a launch, but I'm milling myself for a bunch while I'm at it. Well, why are you milling yourself? I have reasons. And, you get the idea of, there's always the options of things like Thassa's Oracle. or having extra stuff to to cast headless scab or relentless scabs or stuff of that nature. Um, it's it's okay. I think you can do better. Shriekgeist. 2 mana for 1/1 fire. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, that player mills 2 cards. So I hit you for 1 and I mill you for 2. None of which sounds like a lot. Until you start stacking on other cards that do something similar. And cards that increase milling. And cards that deal, maybe give a power boost. And you could do all this conceivably in mono blue or probably more likely blue black. I wonder if mono blue would. Whenever this. Know what? Oh, colon. Whoops. Excuse you. Aw, really? What if I do this? Alright. Oh! Or... Oh, wait. Oh, colon. Damage to O. There we go. Are you were still just a Vulcan. Alright, so I think it is conceivable to build around that skeleton. I think it's conceivable to build around that skeleton. You might have to do some hunting for it, but I think building around the idea of hitting someone for damage and then milling them, in addition. You know what? I am suddenly curious. Mind Skinner. And if the source would... Yeah, so I feel like that's conceivable. Chilla Foreboding. Depending on how you depending on how you build your decks. If you're building mill, like first of all, you have 2 options. One, you build around something like Persistent Petitioners, like I did. Again, I feel like, a quarter of the deck is a good number of Persistent Petitioners, and still have enough room for other stuff to support it. You can run up to like 40 or so of them, but I found that I want more stuff to do other things as well. But Persistent Petitioners cares about advisors. As long as you've got one petitioner in play, all the rest of your advisors will still do something. So, if you're not built around that premise, a card like Chill of Foreboding. Question about Umbra Armor. I did link to a wiki article, so I hope that helps. But, go ahead. But yeah, if you're not built around something like that, then a card like Chill of Foreboding is actually, would actually be really useful. Because it does make everybody, like, it hits, you're going to mill 20 cards for 3 mana. 5 from each person. Which is going to make a difference, especially if you've got something like, Baral. Not Baral, what's his name? Wow. I've forgotten his name. Excuse you. I date my butt. Where are you? Helps us, but I just want to know if creature with multiple. Brewvac is who I was thinking of. If you have Brewvac in play when you cast Chill Foreboding, you mill 5, everyone else mills 10. And if one... So, I do know off the top of my head that... if you've got multiple instances, and they don't all get removed, you would get to choose. I just have to see if they all get blown up or not. There we go. If a permanent you control is enchanted with multiple auras, this is on the article. By the way, that I linked you to. That have Umbra armor, and the enchanted permanent would be destroyed. One of those auras is destroyed instead, but only one of them. You choose which one because you control the enchanted permanent. So yeah, if you scroll down to the section that says rules, there's the rules section, and then under that is the rulings. That gives you more, because the rules say X, but the rulings give you more in-depth explanation on how they interact with other things. So, yeah, you would not lose out. You would only lose out. You would lose out on the aura. You would lose out on any one aura attached to that permanent that has Umbra armor. Does that make sense? Chill Foreboding. Oh yeah, Dungeon Guys. I remember liking Dungeon Guys. 4 mana for a 3/3 flyer, which again is fine. When it enters, tap target creature an opponent controls. that doesn't untap. So basically, as long as you control dungeon geists, the thing that you tapped with it is not untapping. Cards like this, like you build a deck around this, you are going to have some very annoyed people at you, and you, it's like, oh, who was it? New person that came in. Oh yeah, Subatomic Surfer. If they end up playing, no, they are going to be playing blue in this deck. If they decide to drop a Dungeon Geist into that, it's going to get, you know, and you throw Followed Footsteps on one of these. Okay, well, you have the one warp creature, I can't remember what it's called, but you got the one warp creature, and it goes, hey, by the way, you make one token, you get two instead. Cool. I'm going to have two Dungeon Geists. They're both going to enter. That's going to tap down that one. That's going to tap down that one. Yeah. Oh, wow. You could just annoy some people completely with a card like that. Hey, I hear you like tapping down creatures. Here you go. Farbog Boneflinger. Honestly, if you're considering a card like this at all, you really want Ravenous Chupacabra instead. If you don't, if you're not playing Ravenous Chupacabra, well, first of all, why? Most people are going to have something that can be destroyed anyway. If you're looking at exiling a thing, if you are concerned about something being indestructible, you have, what was that card that I was, oh yeah, Carrionet, which can be used from the graveyard. You have Faceless Butcher and similar effects that can exile a creature, and because it has two separate triggered abilities, one that exiles a creature, and then one that returns the exiled creature to come back, and it's two separate abilities. You can sacrifice the Butcher in response to the first ability, which will try and bring back a creature which never got exiled, and then the exile ability goes off, and you eat the card for good, and then you can always bring it back into play by some other means. You know, you could do, oh wow. If you have Ashnod's Altar, a healthy, for varying definitions of healthy, amount of lands, and a Faceless Butcher, I think it's like for every 2 mana you spend, you could exile one creature. Like, something like for every 2 black, every 2 mana you exile a creature. Something really silly like that. Let me just sketch out what I'm thinking about here. Go away. All right. So, step 1. Tap, I don't know. for Astronaut's Altar, Soul Ring. Spend and for convenience, let's throw Faceless Butcher up. uh, 2 black plus 2. Alright. Step 3, ETB on the stack. Sacrifice Butcher. um Alright. So stack 6. Cast Butcher with 2 BB for you will have 4 black remaining. You've now got 2 BBBB. um, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so if you've got some way to freely return the creature back to from your graveyard to your hand every time a creature dies. For every so basically, however much black mana you can generate, cut that in half, subtract 1. That's how many times through the loop you can go. So if you've got 10 mana, cut that in half, you get 5. Subtract 1, 4. You can exile 4 creatures. And that would be because every iteration, like it's 4 mana every time. If it was 2 mana to do it, you could do it for like every 2 mana would be once. But it would be 2 plus 2 per iteration. You still end up with 2 mana at the end. But that's colorless mana. Unless you can... Yeah, okay. Good to know. And... is it Lifeline I'm thinking of? That's at the beginning of the next end step. During renewal, whenever creatures put any... Yeah, you want something along the lines of... you want something along the lines of Enduring Renewal. Whenever a creature dies, return it back to hand. You do that, and then you basically spend 2 for the first iteration, and, well, you spend 2, and then 2 mana per iteration. And you get refunded the initial 2 at the end. But you get to exile, like, a bunch of cards in the meantime. You pull that off, and... Hey, look, I've got, like, 30 mana. Okay. 30 mana. So, 28 mana, so I can go through this loop. I can exile 14 creatures. Wait, what? And if you, obviously, if what you've got just brings a thing back to the graveyard, period, as opposed to bring it back to hand, you don't have to go through all of that. You need some amount of mana. And basically once you do it the first time, every time after that is just going to exile a new creature. So the nicer way is an effect like Enduring Ideal, or Enduring Renewal rather. That brings it back to hand. Anyway, yeah, this is, again, there's better ways to do this. Death Caress. Unless you actually care about the life gain, don't play it. That being said, if you do care about the life gain, changelings are a thing, as I've mentioned in the past. B, a lot of cards incidentally happen to be human. If you are building if somebody is building a deck around creatures that have a certain role, for example, cleric, soldier, warlock, bard, whatever, something of that nature, you're going to find the occasional card that's in that deck that happens to be human. It is unlikely for somebody to build a human travel deck. They do exist. It's just not common compared to elves and goblins and dwarves and a bunch of other fantasy races. Or if you're building a deck around creatures that do a certain thing. So less a societal role, as for want of a better word, and more when this enters, draw a card, or when this enters, destroy target creature, or when this dies, make a token, or something. There's a not unreasonable chance one of them's going to randomly be a human. I would assume that most decks, either between the plethora of humans that exist in the game, and Innistrad, I believe, was the first set that actually pointed out human as a viable creature type. And gave humans, the creature type in the game, a reason for existing, as opposed to just being, well, you're not an elf, you're not a dwarf, you're not a cyclops, you're not, okay, so you're probably human. Just ran them out on. Innistrad, I believe, was the first setting where humans actually came into being as their own creature type that had a reason for, for having a creature type. And yeah, this, you're going to find cards that are just randomly humans. Kalia the Vest, which I was talking about earlier, is a human cleric. She cares about demons, dragons, and angels, but she's a human cleric. She's a human. Hey, Deluxe. I'm sorry I missed your last stream. I was not expecting a Thursday stream. I not used to checking my I'm not used to checking my Gmail until like Friday to find out what's going to be going on Saturday. Because I only have one. Nice. I only have access. I only have normal email access. Like, I have one email app on my phone. It is not my ISP. It is not. It's one I only use for work because there's certain email stuff I have to do from work. Anything else, I log into my piece. I come home. I wait till I'm at home on my computer, and my ISP. I load up my email software, and the email address I sent you. I realistically, I only check that if I'm expecting mail, and because you historically stream on the weekends. I am slowly getting caught up, by the way. I watched, what was it? Were you playing it? No. What were you playing? I watched it yesterday. One of your like last 3 episodes, and it was short. Kiln Fiend. Kiln Fiend. Um, yeah, I replied to that. Haven't had a chance to watch the rest of them yet. Hopefully getting there soon. um, Good lord. Actually, you said I think this week 9 on. I think you said 9 on Thursday, correct? What's my schedule say? Propaganda daylight time. Wait, what? What's today? Ah, crap. I am not going to. Propaganda deluxe time. I'm not gonna make it on Thursday. I'm just checking my schedule on for my LGS. I'm Eastern time, so I start. So 9 o'clock, 9 in the morning for you is noon for me. And Wednesday and Thursday, I am noon till 6 at my LGS. And then Sunday. My condolences. um, a couple of things that I've learned about Pokemon. Well, a couple of things I've learned about, like, comparing Magic to Pokemon. I don't know how much you know about the game itself as of yet. Magic, out of the big three, Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Pokemon, is the only one where you attack the player. With Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh, you attack their units, and specifically with Pokemon, your active Pokemon can only attack their active Pokemon. there. Uh, Although where I work, we actually have a decent community of Pokemon players as well. But that'll differ from store to store. Like the next nearest place that I remember that does actual Pokemon events is like a 20-minute drive away. And so a lot of people come to our store on the weekends specifically because it's nearby, it's something they can get to quickly and easily, and, you know, uh, drop their kids off so they can play and then head off elsewhere, this, that, whatever. Um, the other thing I noticed about playing Pokemon is that Magic stuff costs mana to cast, but it doesn't cost you anything most of the time to be able to attack. With Pokemon, it's the other way around. It doesn't cost you anything to get your cards out, but you have to attach energy and have that available to be able to attack. And the funny thing is, like, I remember a card called Tierno, which was a supporter. And years ago, that was considered a bad card in Pokemon. And it's a supporter, and I think you can only play one supporter a turn. And his ability was just simply draw 3 cards. And a card like that would be absolutely broken in Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh! And in Pokemon, they just go, yeah, it's not good enough. What? Yeah, it's not good enough because there's Pokemon that, you drop them into play and you refill until you've got like 5, 6, 7 cards in your hand. Or other similar effects. Oh, yeah. But you have to keep in mind, Pokemon is, in theory, and I have to keep pointing this out to people, I do not say this to insult the game. Pokemon is aimed towards kids that are like 6 years old. Kids that age, they get the new shiny, they want to be able to play with a new shiny. So they design the game in such a way that you've got a good opportunity to get your new shiny and be able to play with it. So there's a lot of search, a lot of draw, a lot of that kind of effect, so that you can find the cards that you want to be able to play with. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's how the game is designed. But as a result, once you get to the competitive scene, all this stuff that's designed for 5, 6, 7-year-old kid to play with this new VMAX that they just got, or, the new EX that just came out, this, that, well, whatever, ends up making some really, really broken stuff. I had, a few years back, my manager, who's a lot younger than I am. I think he's like 25 years younger than I am. I want to say he just turned 30. A few years ago, before COVID, store was largely closed, and he was playtesting a Yu-Gi-Oh! Or playtesting a Pokemon deck. And I'm watching him, and I'm seeing what he does. And this is a competitive deck. And he was playing a card called Lysander's Trump card in that. And that's the only card I specifically remember in that deck. And I'm watching him, I'm like, this isn't a Pokemon deck. This is a Storm combo deck. He was playing so much stuff, so many things in the same turn. And you probably know yourself, Storm and Dredge, they're very similar in terms of how they play out. You do a bunch of things, and then you end up with like one big finishing move at the end. And that's basically what he was doing. Lysander's trump card. Each player shuffles all cards in their discard pile into their deck, except for Lysander's trick. Oh no. He had payoffs, but Lysander's trump card basically shuffles your like each player's graveyard gets shuffled back into their library. And he would just continue to go off until he had enough resources to do like the big thing, whatever it was. Or, barring that, just end up with an obscene board state and go, okay, guess what? Now yeah, very much so. And that was a competitive Pokemon deck at that point. And the card since got banned out of the format. But yeah, it's there's a few things I've learned about Pokemon over the years. I'm by no stretch of the imagination at all any sort of Pokemon expert. I've just picked up a few things here and there through what a friend of mine likes to call cultural osmosis. You're around it enough, you will learn about it. Also, what's the set that just came out? I think it's Chaos Rising. Just came out. Most recent Pokemon set. TCG. Chaos Rising. Yeah, Chaos Rising has been out for only a couple of weeks. So, all I'll say about that is if you are handling trades, try not to give too much on cards from that set. Because the pricing is still going to be a little fluctuating. Though it should be largely settled by now. So anything older than that, you're like anything before that, you're probably fine. But just keep your eyes open on cards from that set specifically for the next probably week or two. Beyond that, I don't know if I've got any more useful advice I can give right now. TCG player is going to be a friend because it can tell you what cards have been fluctuating how much lately. So take a look to see what cards have been selling at and try and look at their like, has something suddenly spiked, for example, or something, rare candy. That's not one I knew about. I will keep my eyes open on that one. Let me just make a quick note somewhere. Staff discussion. Actually, no. You. Talking to another streamer. Alright. I have made a note somewhere that I can find it and hopefully get useful feedback from. But thank you. But yeah, Dust Caress, honestly, in general, if you're considering this, unless you actually care about the life gain, there's much better that you can do for like half the cost. Fell is probably the best card right now, and I think that's in Bloomburrow. Yeah. Which is like almost a third the cost. If you are just looking to blow up a creature, play Fell over Dust Caress. If the life gain is relevant, then maybe you want to consider it, but I don't think I would in most cases. Gruesome Discovery. So this is a slightly worse, generally, this is a slightly worse mind rot, i.e. it's basically mind rot for an extra mana. But if a creature died this turn, you get to choose those cards, and there's no restriction on what you are making them discard. If they are having mana issues, you can make them discard land. Wow. Sack a creature, add mana. Culling the Weak. What rarity are you? You are common. Oh my dog, that's hilarious. Right. So, let's say you drop a kobold, Culling the Weak, sack it, Gruesome Discovery, rip 2 lands out of your opponent's hand. Is that a bad idea? You're spending 3 cards, but choosing 2 from, like, any 2 from your opponent's hand and making them toss them. It's also not unplayable on turn 2. Just playing a second land and hitting Cabal Ritual. I don't know. I feel like depending on how you build your deck, I think this could be conceivable. thought seizing 2 of your opponent's cards. That's hilarious. And again, as I've mentioned before, my typical um my typical comment about discard decks and Commander aside. Um oh, uh what do you call it? 2020. Sacrifice this beastie. Oh my god, you're in this set. Where are you? Ah, you're down here. Okay. Yeah, you're in this set. So sacrifice Black Cat. Oh, that's too funny. Propaganda. I want to see that happen. Sacrificing Black Cat for, to trigger Morbid on Gruesome Discovery and ripping 3 cards out of somebody's hand, one of them being random. I want to see that happen. Yes, but did you do it with this in the same deck? This has to be in the same deck. uh, Vengeful Vampire. 6 mana for a 3/2 flyer with Undying becomes 4/3. I don't think this does enough. A 3/2 flyer that becomes a 4/3 at 6 mana. I mean, because for 5 mana you get Singular Vampire at the same rarity. But you are kind of getting 2 creatures on. You're getting a creature with flashback, basically. I think if that's how you see this guy, then it's okay. Also, if you see it as a combat piece, it's fine because you can do the typical, +1 -1 shenanigans and what have you going on. Um, Otherwise, eh. Honestly, out of this line, I'm I'm seeing Dust Caress and Vengeful Vampire being the most playable cards, and neither of which I'm thrilled with. Harrowing Journey. Target player draws 3 and loses 3. I mean, you build a deck. You build a deck around this, and you can. I am going to burn my opponents away by make them draw their entire deck at the same time. Wait, what? Oh, that'd be entertaining. Using cards like this as burn spells. I've never seen anybody do that before. What was it? Sign in Blood? Yeah, Sign in Blood, Harrowing Journey, stuff of that nature. How much of that kind of effect can we put in the same deck where it's actually, target player draws. Oh. ID equal black. 23 cards. Sort by mana value. One, two, three. Wow. Oh no. Oh, this is terrible. This is absolutely terrible. I love it. Oh, this is okay. You might be able to take out two people with this, but that's 23 cards. Oh, yeah, that's 23 cards. And then there's a few more that are artifacts and stuff. Oh, I need to see somebody build a deck around this. I'm pretty sure you could take out one, and it's all life loss, too. It's not damage, it's life loss. Oh. So, yeah. Like, I don't normally see a problem with playing some amount of this kind of effect. Um, I think for drawing three, yeah, this looks like drawing three straight up. Up, you are looking at Insatiable Avarice and Bloodline Recollectors and Ancestral Craving. And then beyond that, which are basically 1 and 3 mana, and apart from that, you're going to have 5 mana for it. Crest of Phyrexia, which is the best one. Of course, there's only two cards that do that. But Crest of Phyrexia also grants 3 poison for like an extra half a mana. Most of these are twos. Oh, I have to sketch that out. Um, uh, Wake Dancer. 3 mana for 2/2 when this enters, if a creature died, make a zombie. Yeah. Um Again, you're going for something vaguely aristocracy. A creature dies and then you play this and you get a free zombie out of it. So you're getting a 2 for 1 deal. Sure. That's easy enough to do. Um, you know, and you can have your human stuff going on, you can have your zombie stuff going on, or you could just do, you know what, aristocracy type stuff. Shrug, that's easy enough. Skurstag Flare, 2 mana for 1/1. Pay 4, tap, and sack a human, destroy target creature. Again, like, now I'm seeing something that wants that wants a sack out, that wants you to play humans. You can sacrifice himself. Okay. Good night, Deluxe. Maybe I'll see you next week. Because I can't do Thursday because I gotta start my shift the same time you're starting your stream, so I'll get back eventually. What are you? Oh, that, okay. Anywho, good night. So yeah, this does give you. I mean, it is a human itself. It can sack itself to destroy target creature. Um. Also, hilariously, push comes to shove. It is what it can destroy. Therefore, it's a legal target for its own ability. So push comes to shove. You can target itself with its own ability, pay the cost, not lose anything other than itself, but that is a legal play. Same with Wasteland targeting itself with its own sack ability. Same with Seal of Cleansing sacking itself to its own ability. You know, there's a handful of cards you could do that with. Now, you probably are going to like, for something like this, I'd rather it be sack a human that when it does, you get a, a zombie or a spirit or whatever. You want some kind of payoff for sacrificing this thing? You want some kind of payoff for sacrificing the thing, but this is also a mono black, destroy target creature that is repeatable, that has no restriction on the creature being destroyed. I will also point out this is an activated ability, which is very occasionally relevant because you get stuff like, protection from, protection from stuff that that was cast this turn, or protection from stuff that was, from certain categories of cards, and this is an activated ability. It's not a spell. It's an activated ability that's blowing up a creature. You might want to consider tossing a card of this nature. Again, can always sacrifice itself in a pinch to blow up something that's big and nasty that needs to go. Something to think about. Highborn Ghoul, 2 mana for 2/1 with Intimidate, i.e. the upgrade of Fear, the the progenitor to Menace. And I mean, it's a decent enough zombie. 2 mana for 2/1 zombies that can only be blocked by black creatures because it's black itself, or artifact creatures. If you're looking for a reasonable, inexpensive 2 mana zombie, this is a reasonable, inexpensive 2 mana zombie. Just keep in mind that almost most decks are going to have an artifact creature and or a black creature that can block it. Ravenous Demon. This is hilarious. 5 mana for 4/4. Deny. Oh, you're gone. 5 mana for 4/4 sounds meh. Sack a human to transform it. Again, humans are a dime a dozen. in more ways than one. This is one of those cards where I would look at my list and go, I happen to have a reasonable number of humans in here. I've got like, 15 or so of them in here. I need a decent sized creature. 5 mana, additional cost, sack a human. I get a 9/9 flying trample. With an upkeep cost of, sacking a human. The funny thing is, if you have a way to untap what it becomes, if you have a way to untap it, yes, 9 damage to you. Okay. That's a lot of damage. That's still at least 4 turns, but that's also 4 turns of attacking with a 9/9 flying trample. Throw anything that gives this lifelink on. It also deals 9 damage to you. If you have lifelink on it, or, I don't know, let's say Vampiric Link, whenever enchanted creature deals damage, you gain that much life. Also in mono black. What? It deals 9 to you. You get that 9 back. You attack with it. It deals 9. You gain that 9. You gain 9 more life. Cool. All you have to do is make sure you can untap it. Chosen of Markov. I really like this one. 3 mana for a 2/2. Tap it and tap an untapped vampire you control to transform it into a 4/4. It doesn't sound fancy, but all you have to have is like, oh my dog, it doesn't even say do it only as a sorcery. Wow. Dude. Cool. I block with this. After a couple of turns, I block. I attack. Your creatures are getting a bit big. I'll just stay back for a bit. Okay, I'll attack into you. Okay, I guess I'll block with it. Tap, transform. She's a 4/4 now. Oh, crap. And I always started attacking with a 4/4. That only cost me 3 mana and tapping another and a little bit of tapping of creatures. Or if you've got something fun like 1,000-Year Elixir. Not saying you should. Where are you here? Here you are. 1,000-Year Elixir. You may activate abilities of creatures you control as though those creatures had haste. If you happen to have that in the same deck, then it's like turn 3, thunk. Okay, I've got a 4/4 tapped vampire, but it only cost me 3 mana. Spiteful Shadows. Whenever enchanted creature is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to its controller. Obviously, you throw this on somebody else's creature. On the creature. And if they take damage, if that takes damage, so is the person whose creature it is. So, I attack with a 9/9. You block it with a 5/5. If my creature doesn't have trample, all that 9 damage is going to your 5/5. Which is not only going to kill your 5/5, it's also going to deal that 9 damage to you because it had to absorb all 9 damage. Oh no. Spiteful Shadows. Whenever it's dealt damage, deals that much damage to its controller. But Pariah redirects it back to the creature. Oh no. Spiteful Shadows. Oh, that's gonna get obscene. See, a card like Pariah. Alright, let's start off with Stuffy Doll. Nice, plain, simple. Stuffy Doll. Whenever this creature is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to the chosen player. So, you know, Pikachu, I choose you. So, it takes 3 damage from something cool. That 3 damage also gets sent to you. If you put Pariah on it, all damage should be dealt to, well, if you control Stuffy Doll, and you put Pariah on it, any damage that be dealt to you is instead dealt to the Stuffy Doll, which is then going to turn around and go, oh, I just took damage. I'm going to send it that way. Spiteful Shadows. Whenever Spiteful Shadows is dealt damage, whenever enchant creature, you know, the creature that Spiteful Shadows is on is dealt damage, deals that much to its controller. So, 3 damage dealt to Stuffy Doll. That 3 damage gets sent that way. But also deals 3 damage back to its controller. But Pariah says, no, that damage is getting sent back down to Stuffy Doll, which is going to send 3 damage back that way again. But that 3 damage, it's being dealt damage, so it's going to go here again. And you just end up in this loop, this feedback loop here, which also duplicates the damage out that way. If you combine that with, instead of Stuffy Doll, Barbed Servitor, whenever this creature is dealt damage, target opponent loses that much life. You can change who's getting pinged every single time. And so you end up with, oh, wait, Pariah Shield? All damage should be dealt to you is dealt to a quick creature instead. All damage should be dealt to you is dealt to an enchant creature instead. So you play Pariah Shield. And now you can pull this off in mono black. Have that feedback loop going on. And just kill the table. Barbed Servitor. Pariah Shield. Spiteful Shadows. And all that has to happen is that whenever it's dealt damage, target opponent loses that much life. Whenever it's dealt damage. Yes. So all that has to happen is the person controlling either the Barbed Servitor takes damage or the Servitor itself takes damage, and the game ends. Somebody has to And the servitor is indestructible, which all that means is somebody has to find a way to blow up an indestructible creature. Yeah, have fun with that. Falconwrath Torturer. This creature gains flying till end of turn. If the sacrificed creature was a human, put a +1 counter on this creature. Again, free sack outlet for a like I know I can. The thing is, I know I considered this for my commons only aristocrats deck. It is a free sack outlet, but the sacrifice, the payoff for sacrificing wasn't enough because giving it flying is nice. I want the reason to sacrifice the creature on the sack outlet itself to actually be worth sacking a creature to it. Giving it a size boost, temporary or permanent. Drawing a card, burninating somebody, something like that. Now, that being said, I might actually have enough, because I never actually looked into it. There might be enough humans, actually, details. Type. Cannon fodder. 1, 2. That's it? Yeah, no. Nope. That particular list does not have enough humans to make it worthwhile. It doesn't mean it couldn't be rebuilt in such a way to allow it. There's probably enough humans that I can actually pull it off that way. So, tweaking it so that I can probably run about 8 or 10 humans so I can get like 1 or 2 +1/+1 counters on it. And then it should be fine. And then the human, you sack a human, and the human, when it dies, you get a 1/1 token or something of that nature. This I can see being. Now, the other thing is, if all you care about is having a sack outlet, that you don't care what the effect is, you just want a sack outlet that does not cost mana or life or whatever. Just sack a creature. Not even sack another creature. Just sack a creature. Then this would be perfectly fine. Personally, I want to have I want there to be enough cannon fodder that it's reasonable for me to sacrifice 2 humans in a reasonable amount of time. So maybe a dozen or so humans in the deck to put this in. But if that's a thing, yeah, you're good. Good lord. 20 after 11, I gotta go through this fast. Russet Wolves. This is Hill Giant by another name and another type. You play this because it's a wolf. You play this because, I don't even think a 3/3 in red, for 4 in red makes it, even in a vanilla deck anymore. I think by now you get 3 4s or 4 3s. I'm pretty sure by now you can at least get 5 2s, which have other utility in addition. So, pretty big pass on that one. Scorch the Fields. Good lord, what do you call it? Have Death Touch. It was a weird card. This pestilent spirit. Are you the only one? Nope. This is the only one. Pestilent spirit. Instant and sorcery spells you control have death touch. If you have that in the same deck as this becomes 5 mana. Destroy target land and all humans. The pestilent spirit is just a spirit. That being said, I feel like a lot of humans are going to only have 1 toughness. Like they're going to be like random 1/1 dorks. If you're lucky, there'll be 2 2s. But sometimes this is also enough to just finish up post combat. Cool. Let's clear some of the rest of this crap out. Also, yeah, as I said in previous broadcasts, you're paying 2 more than you're paying 2 mana for you're paying 2 mana more than for Stone Rain, which I feel is a properly balanced card. But it's too strong for it's basically been too strong for standard for a while. So they're giving us 4 and 5 mana cards that blow up land, but have some effect that's worth paying the extra mana or 2. So, destroy target land. There's always going to be a land somewhere. Somebody's going to have one that needs to get blown up. Probably would rather do it as an activated ability of something like Ghost Quarter or an effect like that. But this does also have a small amount of removal attached to it. So, again, if you've got Pestilent Spirit, combine the 2 together and just destroy all, kill that, destroy all humans. This is like the baby version, if you want to call it that, of Star of Extinction. When I grow up, I'm going to be Star of Extinction. Talons of Falconwrath. 2 mana for an Aura of Flash. An enchanted creature has double strength fire breathing. I.e., pay 2, and enchanted creature gets +2/+0. Which is better, in my opinion, than the regular fire breathing. They could have done that, but this is red +1 for +2 power, rather than red for +1 power, because that would be red for +2. This also means if you can get the activation cost down by 1 consistently. Activated abilities you activate, you control cost 1 less to activate, yada yada yada. Then this becomes red : +2/+0 till end of turn, which is kind of a lot, because then it's 2 mana +4 power. And this I could have seen in my Squee Aura's Voltron deck, but I wanted something, like, for something like this, I really want something that would do... Where are you here? Auras Voltron. Boop. Visual spoiler. So, these auras can come back to hand or come back into play elsewhere or whatever. They recur themselves somehow. These let me get them all back somehow. Extra stuff to enchant them. Ways to tutor up specific auras. Ways to push through extra damage. Then we start looking at the stars of my show. These guys all give a healthy amount of, power boost. And Eldrazi Conscription also gives a giant amount of toughness boost. +10/+10 is kind of big. Also, Super State is now there, which turns the creature into, I think, a base 9/9. And, by the way, my general is only a 1/1, so that's +8/+8. And most of these give at least +2 power. Curse of Stalked Prey will put +1 counters on enchanted creature. And that's basically the concept I was going with, was I want to get at least +2 power out of my creature, out of my auras. And the ones that didn't do that directly, that gave fire breathing, had to have a reason, like an actual specific reason. Crown of Flames, I can return it when the creature's about to die back to my hand. Draconic Destiny, when an enchanted creature dies, this comes back to hand. Escape Velocity, I can cast it from its graveyard by escaping it. Fiery Mantle, when this is put in a graveyard, I return it back to owner's hand. Get 2 Fire Breathing is basically Crown of Flames, with Flash for an extra mana. Undying Rage, when it's put in a graveyard, return it back to owner's hand. And Unquenchable Fury, when it's put in a graveyard, return it back to owner's hand. So they've all got to recur themselves somehow. And I saw Talons of Falconwrath, and it's a good enough card that I could have used it, but I didn't. It didn't do what I was looking for. That doesn't mean it's a bad card. It didn't do what I was looking for. However, you throw that on something that's got double strike, and or infect, and this goes huge. Near Heath Stalker, 5 mana for 4/1 with Undying, which is basically like a 3/2 that comes back as a would be a 5/2, so a 3/2 that comes back as a 4/3. 7 7 5, so 6/6. So it averages out to a 3/3 that can come back once, or a 3/3 that when it dies leaves behind a 3/3 is what it averages out to. Like, wait, what? How did I come up with that? So we'll do the Undying part at the end. 4/1, so 4+1 is 5. We'll come back to the rest of it later. 4+1 is 5. When it dies, it comes back as a 4/1, which again adds up to 5. 5 and 5 is 10, with a +1/+1 counter on it. So that's 12. So you're getting 2 bodies with a combined power and toughness of 12. Well, if we split that in half, it's 6 and 6. So one body is got parent toughness equal to 6, averaging it out. And it comes when it dies, you get another parent toughness equal to 6. Split that in half evenly. You get a 3/3 and a 3/3. If this worked out evenly, this would be a 3/3 that when it dies, left behind a 3/3. More realistically, this is probably like a 2/3 that leaves behind a 3/4. But, again, Undying, you can do shenanigans with that because of the +1 counter and the fact that it has a way to bring itself back. If you're playing this, you're probably playing this as a combo piece. If you're not doing this as a combo piece, consider this card to basically be a 3/3 that leaves behind a 3/3 when it dies. It's not literally that, but that's how the math works out. And based on that, 5 mana feels right. So, again, I like doing weird decks. This feels like something you could throw into an aristocrats deck. You know, you want to build aristocrats in like mono red. You want a card like this. It dies, it leaves behind, well, it doesn't leave behind a bigger body. It comes back as a bigger body. But that bigger body, when it dies, you can find ways to bring it back somehow. And then you get the smaller body, and then you sacrifice it, and you get the bigger body. And you can loop those. So, I do see ways to make use of that. But realistically, that boils down to the fact that it has Undying more than anything else. Its creature type, not really relevant. It's basically a 3/3 that when it dies leaves behind a 3/3 or more. I will point out it does have 4 power. There are cards that are going to care. What's it called? Something Outland Liberator or something like that. Outland Liberator. No, not Outland Liberator. Set OTJ ID equal green mana. No, mana value equals 3 mana 2. Outcast or Trailblazer. That thing. Whenever another creature you control with power 4 or greater enters, draw a card. That's the guy I was thinking of. And then this guy, when it enters, if you control creature power 4 or greater, draw a card. You know, cards of that nature are going to care about a Nearheath Stalker having 4 power and draw you extra cards. So, there are uses for this card. I don't think there's, a lot of good uses, but it does have uses. Heckling Fiends. Three mana for 2/2. Red +2, target creature attacks this turn of Fable. Which obviously means you can force somebody to attack you know, like, it doesn't say as a sorcery because that doesn't make sense. Red wants people to attack. So red is going to turn around and go, oh, hey, by the way, you have to attack this turn. I don't want to attack. You have to attack this turn. I don't want to attack. Yeah, bet you can't attack. It's kind of their entire shtick. Yeah, forcing people to attack that don't want to have to attack. Yeah, hey, by the way, if you ever end up playing against somebody like Saffron Olive who doesn't like to attack, you can force them to attack. And it's like, but I don't. You're gonna make. Why are you making me attack with my creatures? Because yeah, I want you to attack more. Yeah, this feels slightly more metagamey, but yeah. Oh, Rack with Manas. 4 mana sorcery. Target creature deals damage to itself equal to its power. Where are you? Here you are. So this is a little on the old side, but a few months back, I think it might have been last year, I did a quick search on on Scryfall and said, how many creatures are there that have power equal to its toughness? How many have power greater than its toughness, and how many have power less? $11 and $13. So this is power. So just over half the creatures in the game had power and toughness equal. 52.4%. So a 3-3, a 4-4, or a 7-7. Out of the remaining roughly 48%, the majority of those had power less. But, so 27% had power less than toughness. So a 0-5, a 2, a 2-3, a, a 3-7, a 1-4, whatever. And roughly 20.6% had power greater. Your 7-3s, your 5-4s, your, 3-1s. But if you put the power greater and power equal together, you get almost 73% of creatures. Which means almost 3 in 4 creatures in the game almost 3 out of every 4 creatures in the game have power at least equal to their toughness. Which means Rack with Madness I generally say that if you want to blow up a creature and you're in mono red, Aftershock is like your best option in general. It costs half a mana more. It gives you the flexibility of alternatively hitting a land or an artifact. But for that flexibility, it deals 3 damage to you. If you want to kill a creature and not care how big the creature is, roughly 3/4 of the time, this is going to kill whatever creatures out there, barring stuff like, you know, indestructible and whatever else. I think I am okay putting this on a short list of acceptable cards to kill a creature. This is also acceptable, like after combat's done, to help kill off another creature. So, I think this is probably, like, again, I don't say there's a lot of acceptable red destroy target creature. Like, there's not a lot of ways to blow up a creature in red without dealing damage to it that are, you know, that are even worth playing. Aftershock, Lava Flow, Fissure, Introduction to Annihilation. I might actually allow Rack with Madness in that list as well. I think it is just good enough, because don't forget, a lot of the creatures you're going to be dealing with, especially when you look at the bigger ones, you're looking at 6/6, 7/7, 8/8, 9/9, you know, 12/12. Hinterland Hermit. 2 mana for 2/1. Transforms into a 3/2 that must be blocked. I think this is perfectly fine if you're going for anything aggro-ish at all. Like, you drop this on turn 2, chances are good it's going to on your turn, it's going to be a 3/2 that has to be blocked. That only costs you 2 mana, and probably stay like that for a couple of turns. Will probably die in combat before it flips back, assuming you can get it early. Also, combine this with cards like Immerwolf. Non-human werewolves you control can't transform. This is a human on one side and just a werewolf on the other side. It cannot flip back, and it's going to be a 4/3. Markov Warlord. 6 mana for 4/4 with haste, which is not bad in and of itself. A little high, but not bad. But when it enters, up to 2 target creatures can't block this turn. You have a 4/4 vampire with haste for 6 mana. That's saying you and you weren't blocking this turn. What? Yeah, you two weren't blocking this turn. Oh, shh. I mean, if you're in vampires and you're in red and you're doing anything at all aggressive, I would do it. Erdval Ripper. 3 mana for 2/1 with haste. What deals combat damage to a player, put a +1 counter on it. You're going to want some... If you're doing an aggro deck, you're going to want... Obviously, you're going to want some cards at like 3 mana or thereabouts that you can just get out early. This is probably one of those random 3s that you're throwing in your deck. This might be one of the better 3s in your deck, because it, you know, if you get it early, it can snowball. And again, same thing that's going on with the with a Hinterland Hermit. If you're able to get this out on 3, chances are your opponents are spending the first couple of turns casting ramp stuff and similar effects. And so, the Ripper, you're going to attack with a 2-1 with haste on turn 3, hit somebody, it's going to be a 3-2. Now it's reasonable for its cost. By the way, anything that cares about +1 counters, keep an eye on things like this, on this or your various sliths. Whenever this deals combat damage to a player, put a +1 counter on it. That Slith Firewalker, similar thing. The Etch Slith, similar idea with Menace. And when you do, we may remove a counter from another target permanent or opponent. Hexgold Slith, you can pay mana to get, or pay energy to give it first strike. If you just ignore that, it's a 2 mana, 2/1 Slith. Sliths all have this. When it deals combat damage to a player, put a +1 counter on this creature. Double black, same ability for a 1/1. That can regenerate for 2. Slith Predator. Double green for a 1/1 with trample. Slith Strider. Double blue +1, you get a 1/1. But whenever it becomes blocked, you draw a card. So you're either going to draw a card, or this is going to get bigger. Anything that's got that sort of you can easily build a deck based around that premise. Blood Feud. This is a early incarnate. This is an early version of this effect. This is largely green. I think gets us for like 1 or 2 mana nowadays. Red, it's slightly more, but fight was like brand new. I think fight as a keyword had only existed for like a few months. I think Innistrad might have been its first swing at the bat. So they didn't know how to cost it. Bad. So they erred on the side of caution and made it way too weak. If this was a bite spell, target creature deals damage equal to its power to another target creature, that could have made, that could have been arguable, that could have made sense. Although I will point out, this can conceivably kill 2 creatures, because none of them are a creature you control. That is a thing in its favor. I just realized, because it's usually target creature you control fights target creature you don't control. This is just 2 target creatures fight. Neither of them have to be yours. This might be worth a consideration. Building on a budget, like even the Foundation's Jumpstart one is less than 10 cents. I would consider this, like, building on a budget, I would consider this as a way to, like, kill off 2 big nasty creatures that you don't want to have to deal with. Okay. I can accept that. Forge Devil. 1 red for 1/1. When it enters, 1 damage to target creature and 1 damage to you. It's okay. I prefer the devils that when they dive deal 1 damage to any target. Um, I mean if you're no, because you have to there have to my problem with Forge Devil is there have to be. Oh, nope, because it's still itself as a legal target. You would have to have. It would have to somehow end up with protection from red to not be able to be targeted with its own ability. At which point, then you just get a red 1/1 for 1. Just, no. Not worth it. Alpha Bro. Target creature an opponent controls deals damage equal to its power to each other creature that player controls. Then each of those creatures deals damage equal to its power to that creature. So, basically, what you have is one giant rumble. This big creature is going to deal damage to. Okay, so you're the opponent I'm choosing. I'm specifically choosing to target this creature. This giant, 12/12 monstrosity is going to deal. Well, it's a 12/12. So it's going to deal 12 damage to everybody, to each of your other creatures. Your other creatures are all going to deal 12 damage back to, are all going to deal their power back to it. This is a. This is potentially a one-sided board wipe in mono red. This is not something you see very often. You basically take their biggest and best creature and have it rumble with each of their other creatures. Oof. Oof. Thing is, there are ways, by the time you hit 8 mana, there are ways to blow up all creatures. But there's not really ways to blow up creatures one player controls. Alright, I gotta get through this quickly. Village Survivors. 5 mana for 5/5 Vigilance is actually perfectly adequate. It's not incredible, but it's actually pretty good. Is, Fateful Hour. All your other creatures also have Vigilance. Again, one of these decks where you want your life total to be consistently low, but without a way for you to die. So you're probably playing white in there. But if you can pull that off, you should be fine. And then Village Survivors, just giving all your stuff Vigilance, is pretty good. Deranged Outcast. 2 mana for a 2/1. Oh, wow. Pay 2 and sack a human. Put 2/+1 counters on target creature. That's kind of cool. If you can build, like, Mono Green Aristocrats is buildable. This might be a way to build an like something that feels aristocrats-y. Wow, that's and again, you can always just like just like that priesty guy. Where was he? Um, the Skurstag Flayer. You can always sacrifice himself to his own ability. And again, it doesn't say only as a sorcery or anything like that, so you can do that at any time. Um, Summerfall Dryad, 2 mana for a 2/2 forest walk. I think that's the most cost efficient way to get that. Historically, it was like um, Shannon Dryads was run at 1 green for 1/1 forest walk. But to get a 2/2 was commonly like 2 green plus 1. I think that's. Oh, where are you? Open on Tagger. Yeah, Leaf Dancer. Rushwood Dryad was a 2/1 for that cost. Leaf Dancer cost an extra green. So did Cat Warriors. Lynx was the same as Rushwood Dryad, so the same cost, 1 toughness. Zodiac Monkey, same thing. If you're looking to get Forest Walk, and again, if you're looking to get Forest Walk, you want Yavimaya Cradle Growth in your deck because that suddenly makes these guys unblockable. Favor of the Woods, whenever enchant creature blocks, gain 3 life. What I would want this on would be a creature with a lot of toughness and reach. Reach and toughness greater than greater than 5, I think is good. Sort by mana value. Not toughness less than 6. Which sounds weird, but that'll rule out some of the weird stuff. And then no. And a toughness. This? Nope. Syntax. Not. Negating. Pair. Oh. I wonder. Toughness. No, it's not going to allow it. That sucks. Alright, just have to do it manually. reload. Alright. So, you're 3/6. 5 mana you can get 5 mana you can get 6. 5 mana you can get 7. Yeah. You're generally only gonna have a little bit, toughness a little bit higher. Well, if I do toughness greater than 4. Okay. I can do a X5 for 3 mana. That's not unreasonable. Alright. So yeah, an X5 for 3 mana. When it blocks, gain 3 life, etc. And then it's got reach. I'm probably playing it in Simic, although it might be Tamer. But somewhere in that ballpark. When it blocks, gain 3 life. Yeah, okay. I see ways to usefully use these more than the Favor of the Woods, though. Hollow Hinge Beast, honestly, don't. Even if you're doing like mono green vanilla, just don't. You're at 5 mana, you should be able to get like a 6/6, but you should be able to do better than a 5/5 by now. Gravetiller Worm. It's a 6 mana for 4/4. If a creature died this turn, it gets 4+1 counters, which suddenly makes it into an 8/8. I was ready to say, well, if it enters with 2+1 counters, I'd be like, yeah, but then you're only getting a 6/6. But no, you're getting it an 8/8 out of it. Well, that makes a difference. Creatures that you want to sacrifice for various effects. There's even creatures that you can sacrifice for mana. I wonder. ID equal green. Oh, colon. Oh, colon. Oh, yeah. All the Eldrazi crap. So, apart from all the Eldrazi crap, you have Verdant Eidolon for sudden ramp. Okay. Verdant Eidolon. Then, of course, you have your Ashnod's Altar and all that other jazz that allows you to sack creatures for mana as well. Or there's creatures that when they enter, they generate mana. I think there's some that when they die, they generate mana. So you combine... Actually, there are. So you can combine all that sort of jazz together. And Not only that, but you got creatures that when they die, fetch lands out of your deck. Some of your lands can enter untapped, etc., etc., etc. So, it's... I can see this. Like, there's... You know, first of all, you've got all that to build around. Second of all, you've got the fact that, yeah, it's 6 mana, but it only requires a single green. So you've got a lot of cost reducing available to it. I will also point out it's a 4/4 anywhere except possibly on the battlefield. So that if you do, you know, wild pair, and you do, I don't know, you drop a 0/8. You know, you drop a wallows, you know, have a wild pair out. You drop a wallow stone, and then you fetch out this, and if something else died that turn, well then you've spent 3 mana, got a 0/8, and an 8/8 trample. No big deal. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Briarback Alpha, 4 mana for 3/3 flash. When it enters, target creature gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Basically, you are getting giant growth attached to a 3/3 body. You know, it's, you know, you're playing wolves. You probably want a card like this. Once that turn is over, it's, well, actually, once this trigger has resolved, it's now just a 3/3. But I mean, that being said, don't allow, once this trigger has resolved, it's just a dissuade you from playing cards, because otherwise nobody would play with cards like Ravenous Chupacabra. Because once this trigger resolves, it's only a 2/2. But that you spent 4 mana on. But you also killed a creature in the process. So, yeah, Briarpack Alpha, it's almost like, this is basically a surprise combat trick on a creature. Again, if you're playing wolves, or if you're in green and you're looking for a combat trick and you want to be on a reasonable body, it's fine. Lost in the Woods. Lost in the Woods is a meme. Lost in the Woods is a... Lost in the Woods is basically, if you never want to die from combat damage, you play Lost in the Woods, you make most of your deck, like probably at least 94s. Probably closer to 95. Lost in the Woods and a handful of ways to find it. Actually, I might go 94s, 1 Lost in the Woods, 8 ways to find it. And some green, you know, some, somebody that allows me to do fog. That's in the command zone, that's relatively inexpensive. Let's see here. Is commander Ocon prevent all combat? Who's the cheapest I can get? Angus Mackenzie. The only option available is Angus Mackenzie. And the reason to play Angus is so because you want something in the command zone that can prevent combat damage and hold off long enough till you get lost in the woods. Because it may take you a few turns to be able to do it. But once that happens, Angus dies. Okay. But yeah, that's basically a meme. Grim Flowering. I was gonna say, well, first of all, you can play this in like a self-mill deck. Second of all, well, self-mill. Now my brain goes, well, play this in some kind of dredge deck, and then, once you hit, once you've got a couple of dredgers in your graveyard, you should be able to like pretty much dredge your entire deck. But it's not unreasonable to play this fairly. You're playing green, you're going to have creatures. If you're not built around tokens, you're going to have creatures that are going to end up in your graveyard. They're going to die. Plain and simple. No surprise. I would say if you draw 4 cards off of this, you're probably fine. If you draw more than 4 cards, you're pulling ahead. This, to me, is one of those games where it's like later in the game. You're like, I need a refill. Thunk. You're playing elves. Well, elves, if they can't win fairly quickly, probably the third wrath is really going to hurt. Grim Flowering, you play this at an elf deck and you go, hey, by the way, oh look, I've got like 12 elves in my graveyard. I'll pay 6, draw 12 cards, thunk, refill, start playing a bunch of my crap again. We just got rid of them all. I don't want a lot of cards that rely on what's in my graveyard. But having, 1 or 2 is not a bad idea. There's also a couple of cards that... Is it Barishi I'm thinking of? Yeah, when it dies, exile it, then shuffle all creature cards from your graveyard into your library. Having a card of that nature in a deck to get back all your stuff is not terrible. And it's a 4/3 for 4, which at that point was actually really solid. Crushing Vines. Honestly, don't play Crushing Vines. This has... Let me rephrase that. Crushing Vines has been power crept hard. Open and Scryfall Tagger. Worse than Broken Wings, which for the same cost can also kill an enchantment and is not modal. Okay. Which is worse than Airship Crash, which is the same thing but also has cycling. Also, Shower of Pharaohs, the same thing, but instead of cycling has got Scry 1. approximately equal to shoot down, which costs an extra mana, but exiles the aforementioned. Carnivorous Canopy is the same as, well, same as Broken Wings, but as a sorcery. But if that thing costs 3 mana or less, you also proliferate. So there are enough cards that are better than Crushing Vines that you should not play Crushing Vines. I am not saying don't play a card like this. I'm saying don't play this version of this effect. There are better cards. There are many better cards that do what this does, either cheaper or have more options. Cling Miss. If you're into Turbo Fog, you may end up playing this. If you are into Turbo Fog and you expect you may end up still being at low life because you have pay life cards to do X, then you may be looking at this because it's also got Fateful Hour, and it's basically, I think, Tangle at that point. Helvault Elder. 2 mana for 1/2 that transforms into a 4/5 that, when it hits somebody for combat damage, draws a card. Again, you want this in because this is really bad on its front side. You don't pay 3 mana for 1/2 with no abilities. But you will gladly pay 3 mana for 4/5 that when it hits somebody, draws a card. 4/2 3/3. Wait, what? 5 and 7. Yeah, you're averaging to a 3/3 on each side. I think I would have gone with like 2/2 and 4/4 or 3/5. Probably 4/4 and or 2/2 and that being said, again, you combo this with Emerwolf and it's going to be stuck on the Silver Pelt Werewolf and you will be happy as anything. And now for the fun part. ID equal gold. Not color gold, not colors. See. The 10 cards that are, monocolored initially, but have a multicolor identity. So some of them have got flashback, and some of them transform. Most of them have got flashback. Fires of Undeath, 2 damage, 3 mana, 2 damage to any target, 6 to flash it back. Again, this is trying to be Firebolt. Firebolt is so much better. I think if I was playing this in a deck, it would be because of an artistic reason. Loyal Cathar. 2 white for a 2/2 vigilance. When it dies, return back transformed as a 2/1 that can't block. So I can attack and block, to suddenly I can only attack. If you're in black and white and wanting to do something, you want creatures that can keep, they can keep coming back somehow. This doesn't have Undying. I can see. Burning Oil, 2 mana instant, 3 damage target attacking or blocking creature, flashback for white +3. They word it this way so that the white flashback makes sense. Eh? Eh? Reaps the Seagraph. Are you playing Zombies, son? 3 mana now, 5 mana for a second one later. I mean, it doesn't sound amazing, but it is one card getting you 2 zombies. And if things go wrong, and even if one's countered or milled or whatever, you can still get it again later. It's, it's definitely a consideration. Wild Hunger, 3 mana on its front side, 4 mana on the back for an instant. Green in the front, red in the back. Target creature gets +3/+1, gains trample till end of turn. Yeah. I could see that. And yeah. If you're in at least Gruul and looking for pump spells, give it a consideration. At least look at it. Saving Grasp. 1 blue, instant, return target creature you own to your hand. Flashback white. Now it says that you own, not that you control. Because if it's target creature you control, it will be to owner's hand. No, target creature you own, return it back to your hand, which means if somebody else got their hands on it, you can go, I'm going to take that back now. What? No, I said I'm going to take that back now. I could see this going in a decks like Zedru, where, you're giving stuff to people, but at some point, you might want to get it back. And you don't want to run cards like Homeward Path, because that goes very contrary to your deck. But you want to get the occasional card back? I could see that. Tracker's Instincts. 2 mana sorcery. Reveal the top 4. Put a creature card from among them into your hand and the rest in your graveyard. Flashback for blue +2. Yeah. A self-mill deck is going to want a card like that. Like a lot of decks. If you're in green and blue and you have a healthy number of creatures, or you're doing self-mill or anything like that, you're going to want a card like this. Deadly Allure. Black sorcery. Target creature gains death touch till end of turn and must be blocked this turn of Fable. Flashback green. Yeah. If you hear the colloquial term rattlesnake, kind of fits what you're trying to do here. Lingering Souls used to be a huge deal in Standard and in Modern for a long time, because 5 mana, you got 4 power worth of flying creatures spread among 4 bodies, and most removal realistically was 1/1, i.e. Lightning Bolt. Sure, if it's a 4/4 creature, maybe I spend 2 lightning bolts and then on my sideboard I've got something to kill, that deals 4 damage to a creature. You cannot usefully lightning bolt these things because every lightning bolt you spend on one of these is going towards a quarter of a card. You have 4 of these in your deck. You're going to end up going through like 16 cards to deal with all 4 of them. That's not feasible. You know, you're in black and white and you just want something that's good to just keep going and going and going. Yeah, just this is a good way to get, like, I'll tell you right now, if this was printed at common and I was in black white, my my mono white, my mono white deck here would gladly run Lingering Souls in a heartbeat. In fact, if this was ever printed at common, I expect this to be a huge, huge deal in Pauper. You like, just imagine a deck that's got 4 Battle Screech, 4 Lingering Souls, mostly white, splashing black to be able to flash back the Lingering Souls. As for Mystic Retrieval, you're in red and you're in Izzet, at least. Returning an instant or sorcery from your graveyard back to your hand is huge. I will be right back. Please hold. Okay. 9 multicolored cards. We can get through this quickly. Falconwrath Aristocrat. Honestly, you almost never care about this last bit. It's a 4 power. It's a 4 power flying hasty vampire for 4 mana, where you can sack a creature to make it indestructible till end of turn. That is plenty of reason to play it. You know, the fact that it's, you know, if you're in at least Rakdos and you're playing vampires, you want this. If you are playing anything that's all aggressive, 4 power, 4 mana, flying haste. Pretty good. The fact that it can be indestructible till end of turn by sacking a creature, it's not unreasonable. Your deck already has stuff that you are willing to sack anyway. You're in vampires. If you're in, for the sake of example, Edgar Markov, random 1/1 tokens that you're generating, you can sack. You know, this is probably not the first card you're playing. This is probably like, you know, let me rephrase that. This is probably not the first creature you're playing. I expect this to be like, you know, probably about 5th or 6th creature that you actually have come out, because you probably want to play a few other things first. Huntmaster of the Fells. 4 mana, like, ignore the backside for the moment. 4 mana, you get a 2/2, comes into play, makes a 2/2, and you gain 2 life. It's already a pretty decent bargain. Did I mention there's a backside? If it transforms, it becomes a 4/4 that, when it transforms into this, deals 2 damage to an opponent or planeswalker they control, and up to 1 target creature they control. That's a 4/4 trample. Like, the thing is, Huntmaster of the Fells is the sort of card that, I mean, step 1, in Standard, it was really good. And even in Modern, for quite a few years, was a big deal. This is actually a really good card. You look at it at, you know, you look at it in Modern Magic. Interesting. You look at it in Modern Magic, it's still good. You know, you're getting 2 bodies, you're getting 4 power, just as an ETB, and getting 2 life. This is not bad. This is not anything to complain about. The fact that it has a backside at all, and the fact that when, you know, every time this transforms back into the Huntmaster, you get another wolf and 2 more life. Like, if you're in at least Gruul, and you're into wolves, werewolves, just anything that gives you any sort of card advantage at all, this will do it. Because barring something like a board wipe, they have to kill off the Huntmaster, and you still have wolves kicking around. And, I mean, I'm sorry to say, green and red, largely green, have ways to get the Huntmaster back. Emervolf, are you playing werewolves? You should be playing this. I, that's all there is to it. Dark Skull Captain, are you in spirits? You should be playing this. Havengold Lich, this is a weird one. 5 mana for 4/4. 1 colon. You may cast target creature card in a graveyard this turn. When you cast it this turn, this creature gains all activated abilities of that card till end of turn. So, Havengold Lich gains the activated abilities, and you can cast other people's creatures. Now, you still have to pay the relevant mana costs. So if you're playing Havengold Lich, you're going to want stuff like you're going to want stuff along the lines of Honored Heirloom that rather than say tap, add black or blue, you're going to want tap, add 1 mana of any color because, you know, you're in black blue. If your opponent, you know, you want to reanimate somebody's, you know, giant FU dragon, well, they're probably in red, which means you are going to need to be able to generate red mana. So have, I would say, enough so that you can consistently generate 3 mana, again, consistently, outside your color scheme. Playing with, whatchamacallit, is it the World Tree I'm thinking of? Yes, but no. But yeah, anything that turns around and says your lands can tap for any color. Your chromatic lantern helps a lot in a situation like this, without having to force you into actually adding a third color. ID Demir colon. Minus type land. Format EDH, format type 1, game paper. $208 cards. That can do it. Now, most of them are going to be, you know, some version of Manolith. But, I mean, you get cards like Benthic Explorers, which could qualify in there. You know what? Sort by cooler. Benthic Explorers would work. You could conceivably use Vidalcan Engineer, potentially. Blood Celebrant, potentially. Discreet Retreat, maybe. Lithiform Blight, I could see. Thieving Varmint, you want for that. Vesper Ghoul. And then all your all your manalith variants, etc., etc., etc. So, yeah, there's a few ways to pull it off. But like I said, I would want at least I want at least 3 cards that can do it consistently. Um, a couple of lands that say tap, add 1 mana of any color, rather than tap, add black or blue. A few artifacts, some creatures, whatever. Probably like somewhere around 10 to 15 sources that can allow me to generate any color. Just so I can pull this off reasonably. And also, A, you get to cast them. And B, when you do cast the creature, even if the casting gets countered, the Lich gets the activated abilities of that creature. Sorin, Lord of Innistrad, the guy that made Avacyn. +1, make a vampire. -2, creatures you control get +1 power. -6, blow up to 3 target creatures and or planeswalkers. And then anything that did die this way comes back into play under your control. You basically kill them and reanimate them as a vampires. Yeah. Are you in a token? If you're in a token strategy and you're in at least Orzhov, you're gonna want this. Doubly more so with this. The fact that the vampire tokens have lifelink is hilarious and amazing, and I love it. Oh my god, you guys are $1.50 a piece. Jeez. And I would be perfectly fine just +1ing and -2ing this every so often. And at some point, -6. This is not one of those cards where I feel I have to ultimate right away. I can. I don't have to. I might at some point. Drogskull Reaver. 7 mana for a 3/5 flying double strike lifelink. Whenever you gain life, draw a card. Which, because it has lifelink and double strike, as long as whatever it's tangling with doesn't die from the first hit, you're going to draw 2 cards. Keep it back as a blocker, and the funny thing is, this tangles best in my opinion against 4/4s, because it's not going to kill the first hit, but it's going to survive the second hit. Thwack. Thwack again. gain you 6 life, and draw you 2 cards. You, like, this does not need to go anywhere else. But if you are playing spirits, because it is a spirit, throwing this on it, throwing this in the same deck, other spirits, +1/+1. This is now going to be a 4/6, which means it tangles best with 5/5s, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm sure you see where that goes. Stormkirk Captain, you're playing at least Rakdos and you're in Vampires. You play this. +1/+1 and first strike is huge. Absolutely huge. Like, and it's a 2/2 first strike on its own. So, having, like, if you're in Mardu, let's say, you make a 1/1 black vampire. It's now a 2/2 first strike. You just keep +1ing it, and with us out, bleh. And Dark Captain, similar idea, except this is a 2/2 with Death Touch. Other zombies you control. So again, you're in at least a mirror and you're playing zombies. You play this. Your zombies that die drain your opponents. But when zombies die, well, if your zombies are dying, they might have Undying, so they might die more than once. And if you're doing that shenanigans, yeah, I'm sure you can see where that goes. Heavy-matic. Again, like we said last week, there's going to be a few cards in this set that care if something is human. As we've come across through some of these others. Heavy-matic. 3 mana, 2 to equip. Quick creature gets +1/+1. Meh. But if it's human, it gets an additional +1/+1. So I'm paying 5 mana to give something +2/+2. As long as it's human. A quick creature gets +2/+2. ID equals C. Well, Cultist Staff is 2 to cast and 3 to equip. Oh! Volshock Morningstar. Volshock's Morningstar. 2 to cast, 2 to equip, +2/+2. But since then, they thought that might have been a bit strong. Adventuring Gear, landfall +2/+2, 1 to cast, 1 to equip. That seems not unreasonable. Copper Carapace, 1 to cast, 3 to equip, +2/+2 and can't block. Cultist Staff, 2 to cast, 3 to equip, +2/+2. I'm not going to count Sickle Slicer because that's, living weapons and Skinwing. We have to take those into consideration. And Vibranium Energy Draggers are not out yet. 1 to cast, 3 to equip, indestructible, +2/+2. Yeah, so I think that Heavy-matic, I think the assumption is for 5 mana combined between casting and equipping. That's generally assumed to be about right. You should not have to worry about it also being human. Warden of the Wall. 3 to cast, taps for any color. enters tapped. During turns other than yours, it's a 2/3 flyer. The drawback. So the problem is, this is, it's fine as a defensive creature, sort of, but it's also trying to be a mana rock. But it doesn't have like, there's a lot of tension in this card, and it's like, how am I actually going to use it? And I probably generally wouldn't. Alter the Last. 3 to cast, enters tapped. Tap, add 2 mana of any combination of colors. Spend only to cast spells with flashback from a graveyard. Does not say from yours, but you have to have a way to cast from somebody else's graveyard. If your deck has got a lot of cards that have got flashback in them, then yes, you want this. Otherwise, just pass. Helvault. 3 to cast. 1 tap, exile target creature control. 7 tap, exile target creature you don't control. When it's put into the graveyard from the battlefield, return all cards exiled with it to the battlefield under their owner's control. So what you can do is basically, oh, well, that's going to die, so 1 tap store. And just keep storing creatures in. Attacking a little more recklessly than you would otherwise. And stuff that's going to die, just store in the Helvault. And at some point, the Helvault's going to get blown up from some effect. Make sure you've got a way to sacrifice an artifact in a pinch. Sacrifice, destroy, whatever. Because bad things, you don't want this getting exiled. But if it gets destroyed, destroyed, sacrificed, whatever, cool, all good. This hits the graveyard, and everything that you stored in it pops out. So, yeah, you can use that for reusing. It's a slow way, but you can use it for reusing enter the battlefield abilities and stuff of that nature. Wolf Hunter's Quiver. 1 to cast, 5 to equip. Tap to deal 1 damage. Equipped creature gets to tap for 1 damage to any target, or 3 damage to a werewolf. But it's 5 to equip to do that. Probably not enough to worry about. Something like that, I would just Heavy Arbalist instead. Which is 3 to cast, 4 to equip. It's only 2 damage, but there's no restriction on what. And so I can just keep bouncing it from creature to creature more reasonably. Avacyn Scholar. 1 to cast, 2 to equip. Quick creature, +1/+0 in vigilance. So +1 power and vigilance. When it dies, if it was human, if it only checked to see if it was human when it died. You make a 1/1 spirit. A 1/1 flying spirit, I should add. So, you generally want this in human tribal, or alternatively, you could toss this into, if you're looking for a fun little piece of equipment to throw into tribal. Maybe. Jar of Eyeballs. Whenever a creature you control dies, you put 2 eyeball counters on it. This is a weird one. So it's 3 to cast, 3 tap, and removing all the eyeball counters, not as many as you want, all of them, from the jar of eyeballs. You look at the top, however many cards that is. So if you are, so if it says remove all counters. If you remove 10 counters, you're looking at the top 10 cards. Put one in your hand and the rest go on the bottom, in any order. So if you're looking for, this is commonly good if you've got, like, it doesn't have to be aristocrats per se, but if you've got stuff that dies with some regularity, you want an effect like this. And you want this for when you're looking for, what was that blue card I mentioned before? Terrorgeist. You know, where you're looking at the top two, one in your hand and one in your graveyard. And I was like, if you're looking for something that fits a general category, you want that. Jar of Eyeballs, you can be a little more selective than that. So I'm not looking for a land. I'm looking for a land that produces blue mana, or I'm looking for a land that enters untapped, or I'm looking for, and it doesn't, also this doesn't say it's a sorcery, so you can activate this in response to something else, and I'm running like a dozen counter spells. I'm looking for a counter spell. Something of that nature. You're looking for something, you don't have to look for something specific, but you don't have to look for something ultra general. You can look for something that meets like certain criteria. That being said, you can just simply, hey look, creature dies, I'll pay 3 tap, look at the top 2, put one in my hand, the other on the bottom. And you can keep doing it that way, and that's perfectly fine, and that refills your hand. So that's really nice. Executioner's Hood, you know, 2 to cast, 2 to equip. Equip creature has Intimidate, which again makes it hard to block because it can only be blocked by an artifact creature or a creature that shares a color with the creature it's attached to. Makes it harder to block. I'll skip the next two for a moment. Grafdigger's Cage, we know how this works. Creatures in graveyards and libraries can't enter. Players can't cast spells from graveyards or libraries. Necrotic Duality. Interesting name. Greetings, traveler. Yes. Yes. Cage, my bane, that nobody plays, I swear. Oh, that's okay. Where is it? My mono red deck? I'll toss the link here real quick. That'll get you to this list. My mono red deck is based around Squee Goblin Nabob with auras thrown on him. But it's mono red and I do need some control elements, and I need to make sure there's certain things I can deal with. And so I'm going to skip through most of this. I do have some interesting combos in here. I have Weathered Runestone, which is similar to Grafdigger's Cage, but this is my version of Grafdigger's Cage for this deck. No, not Tron. Oh no, sorry, you said Tron. It's Voltron. Sorry, most people say Tron, they mean like the Urzatron, you know, Urza Power Plant, Urza Mine, Urza Mine, Urza Power Plant, Urza's Tower. There we go. Tron is really hard. No, very much not the same thing. No, Tron also exists in other formats, including Pauper. It used to be. It's very occasionally a standard stack. It is. Um, is it Pioneer legal? I don't remember. It does sneak into Legacy. Not easily. Uh, but yeah, people will still try. Anyway, Weathered Runestone is my version of what card were we looking at? Grafdigger's Cage. And the reason I'm running Weathered Runestone is because I found there's a 2-card combo that allows me in mono red to deal with enchantments, not just the enchantment in play, but the next one they would hit. Weathered Runestone combined with Wild Magic Surge. Because Weathered Runestone, non-land permanent cards in graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield. Wild Magic Surge, destroy target permanent and opponent controls. Then they reveal cards till they hit something that shares a type with it and put that into play. If I blow up an enchantment with Wild Magic Surge, with Weathered Runestone out, they not only lose the one that's in play, but they flip over till they hit another enchantment. Can't put that one into play. And have to take all those and put them on the bottom in a random order. It is a mono red way to deal with an enchantment. Mono red does not commonly get good ways of dealing with enchantments. Then, of course, Tybalt's Trickery are arguably the best counterspell in Commander. Aftershock, Lava Flow, Fissure, Introduction to Annihilation. I guess that depends on what you consider a hippie deck. I just like taking decks and throwing like weird concepts at them. Nice. I did that in Standard when Guild Pack came out, I think it was. Oh, that was so much fun. A friend of mine insisted, it's not Reanimator, you're not playing black. It's Resurrector. Nah, it should be fine. Anyway, last 2 cards here. Copy link. Paste and go. The deck you're looking for is Elephant Graveyard and 4 Boros Reanimator. Okay. There you are. Because Contour is... Okay. Sorry, so which one are you? Oh, that's hilarious. Yep. Coin of Fate. What the hell are you? When this enters Surveil 1, pay for your XO2 card. Potion. Oh, that's funny. That's hilarious. Collector's Vault. Are you the one that... No, oh, you're that one. Okay. Jailbreak. Return target permanent card. When it enters, return up to 1 target permanent with equal... I'll reanimate one of your creatures, and I'll reanimate one of my creatures. That seems fair. Selfless Spirit, yep. Astronaut Solitaire, Brazos, Chaos Warp, Crucible, Electric Revelation. Oh, okay. Yep. Flaming Phoenix, something that you don't mind discarding. Gift of Immorality. Uh, yep. Oh, that thing. Okay. Yep. Hazard's Monument. I did realize the monuments. You don't have to be playing the colors that it suggests. Um. Was it? Give me a sec here. I know it does a thing I want, and I don't remember what it is. Bond 2's Monument. Oh yeah, whenever you cast a creature spell, drain everyone for life. The fact that you don't get the discount on the black creature spells, meh. The fact that casting creatures goes, hey, by the way, draining for one. Hey, by the way, draining for one. Hey, by the way, draining for one. Um, Sometimes the off-color monuments are still worth it. Hazoret, Mimic that. Molten Gatekeeper is the... Okay, yep. Monument to Endurance for Phyrexian Altars. Use the Spoils. Savine's Reclamation is... Reanimate cheap stuff. Squee, lol. Squee again. Stonebound Mentor whenever. Cute. Toby does what? When he enters, create a... Oh, that thing. That's like the white Lovestruck Beast. Whirler's Call, yep, Wheel of Fortune, stupid expensive. Anger, Noida Perception, Basalt Ravager. Do you do what I think you do? No, you don't. When it enters, X damage, any target, greater number of creatures you get. Okay, yep. Big score, Flare Fortitude, Fuming Effigy. Kefka Palazzo is Perforos. Okay. Late for Dinner, Luminous Broodmoth, Marshal's Anthem, Maskwood Nexus. Oh no. Maskwood Nexus in combination with, where was it? Basalt Ravager is just dumb. Mondrak, if you make tokens, you make more. Wings of Gold that are zombies and are tokens. Cute. Osgear, 4/4. Second artifact, target creature gets +2. Accidental artifact. Oh, that's Osgear's the guy that people normally play for making tokens of equipment that's in their graveyard. Past and Flames, yep. Preston, another non-token. Make a, yep. Release to memory, yep. Wait. Exile target opponent's graveyard, and then you make 1/1 token? Wow. That's not silly. Trouble in Pairs, yep. We know about that one. Trove Warden, 4 mana, 3/4 Vig. Landfall, exile target, permanent, 3 or less. When it dies, put them... Oh, you get them back. Okay. Unexpected Windfall, Witch Enchanter, Elspeth. Is that the triple? Or no, that's double. Okay, yeah, that's double. Yep. Hoffrey, Spirits +1. Pinnacle Monk, yep. Quintorius Canned. Whenever you cast a spell from exile, less of that, but at the beginning of your unstep exiled. Choose target card exile. You may cast that card this turn without paying its mana cost. If it be put on a graveyard, put on the bottom of its owner's library instead. That's funny. Combustible Hill, Cold Hair Attack, Sun Titan, Yadaro. Damn. Yeah, and how much does this deck list come out to? Too much? Jeepers H. I play with no budget online. Yeah, this is not a silly deck at all. I had to put the card Elephant Graveyard for the main. Of course you did. Why wouldn't you? I would be shocked. Shocked, I say, if you didn't have Elephant Graveyard in there. But yeah, Elbrus the Binding Blade always looks overcosted until you actually get to flip it. 7 to cast, 1 to equip. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 to lend +1 power. Oh yeah, that's why I left that link in there, because I can build normal decks, but why? If you do manage to transform this, which is whenever a quick creature deals combat damage to a player, unattach it, then transform it, you get a 13/13 flying intimidate trample. That whenever a player loses the game, this gets 13 +1 counters on. So if you're playing this in Commander, it is possible for the game to end with this being a 39/39. But, you know, just base, assuming assuming it survives that long, assuming you survive that long. Chalice of Life. I consider putting this into my Avacyn Life deck. I still haven't figured out exactly how I'm building it, but I'm considering it. 3 to cast, tap to gain a life, but if your life total is at least 10 higher than your starting life total, so you're up to 50, transform it, at which point now you go ping, lose 5, ping, lose 5, ping, lose 5. And people are going to hate you as soon as you transform this. And then land. There's only 3 land. Thank dogs for that. I'll do these 2 first. Grim Backwoods. It does give you a sack outlet in your mana base. You know, sacking a creature that's going to die anyway to at least draw another card. Or sacking a creature that you don't mind dying. Or, you know, you want to stop from getting exiled or what have you. But, it's fine. Vault of the Archangel. Giving all your creatures lifelink and death touch till end of turn for 4 and tap is huge. Pop into the graveyard to reanimate it again. Yeah, exactly. And if that's the thing that you're looking for, great. This thing is just a house. Like, you know, having this and I don't know, Crypt Rats or Pestilence Demon out. And then well, I mean, it could be a vault in a house, or the house could be a vault. Maybe it's a Helvault. And then you get Haunted Fengraf, which I mean, compared to the other cards, I really like this one. Because like the, I mean, you didn't have to, but I'm not gonna complain that you did. um, yeah, Haunted Fengraf, because it's common in a lot of my decks that I've got built now are just commons. Being able to recur certain creatures is nice. If you combine this with something like Scaretiller, you can keep, you know, fine, I sack a Haunted Fengraf, I get back a random creature from my graveyard. Shrug. But you're getting a creature back. You then use Scaretiller, tap it for some reason, get back to Haunted Fengraf, sack it again later, get back another creature, and those two cards combined, you can get all your sure it's only one at a time, but when you're just playing with commons, that ends up being a lot of advantage, especially if you have I have well, fine, great. I get back, I don't know, Anarchist. Well, fine, I cast Anarchist. I will bring back, I don't know, Dread Return. Well, then I'll use Dread Return to bring back. Oh, look, somebody carried my Scale Tailor. I'll bring back my Scare Tailor with the Dread Return. Oh, look, I tapped it and generated mana with, Springleaf Drum. Cool. I'll bring back the Haunted Fengraf, and you could just keep cycling through all this crap. But next week, is Avacyn Restored, and Avacyn Restored. Oh boy, obviously Cavern of Souls we can't do. Blood Artist. Let's see here. No. Well, maybe. Blood Artist. Where else are you? No, you've had enough reprints. I can't do Blood Artist. Craterhoof. Sees playing too many formats. Conjurer's Closet. No, this is basically me reviewing cards that people overlook from various sets. I'm now looking at what's useful for a thumbnail, and what I really want for a card for a thumbnail is, here is a card that screams, I am a commander, I am a commander playable card, a card that people actually care about for commander, but not legacy, maybe niche and like legacy or modern or whatever, but I am primarily a commander card, but I'm also primarily Everseen from this set. Conjurer's Closet, no? Conjurer's Closet might be the card I'm looking for here. Exquisite Blood, I think. We can ignore Jumpstart, we can ignore the list. We can ignore the secret layers. It might be Exquisite Blood. I don't remember this ever being a combo in other formats. Like an actual playable combo in other formats. I think I'm going to go for Exquisite Blood. Oh! Oh! Where are you? Where are you? Nope. I have too many stacks of cards in too many different places. Oh yeah, I I recently picked up a playset of Phyrexian Tribute. Okay. Not that stack. Are you in here? I think no. You guys are lands. Where are you? Damn it. Alright. Oh. Seed chime? my mono green list. My mono green regular list is a mono green control deck. The list that's up there is not up to date. I've picked up some cards since then. But I tried building that deck as much like an Esper control deck as I could and attacking with flying creatures. I forgot about the existence of seed time until I was flipping through for stuff, and then I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a thing. So I picked up a copy of seed time just for that deck. Now, where are you guys? Are you in here somewhere? Oh, there we are. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, Chaos Fear is hilarious because it basically turns the ability to block on its head. And you go, wait, what? But I can't block. Why can't I block you? I have... Yeah, because you're not allowed. But yeah, I think Exquisite Blood is my... I think Exquisite Blood is my thumbnail for next week. That being said, I think I'm going to stop the stream because it's later than I wanted it to be. I will catch you guys next week. Necrotic Duality. I do have a Discord channel. So you're also free to... You should be able to find that in the information for my stream as well. Let's see if I can... I do not remember. There it is. Yeah, if you go down to the About page, it says here Discord chat. You should be able to pop in there. Oh dear. I better stop doing that before it ends up breaking the internet. But yeah, I like doing weird stuff with my decks. But yeah, I do have to go for now. It's almost 1:30 in the morning here. This is later than I want it to be. So hopefully I will catch you next week. And yeah. Invasion plans. I know that card. Each creature blocked. Oh! The attacker decides how the blockers are declared. Everything has to block, but the attacker decides how the... Oh, that's dumb. That is absolutely silly. Yeah, if you're ever interested in watching Pauper, there's one there's one person I follow, um, who goes by Propaganda. Well, his stream is Propaganda. Um, and he goes by Deluxikoth. And so he did up that thumbnail for my stream. And I do have somebody else looking into it. But yeah, I gotta go. Like I said, it's 1:30 in the morning here, and I have to be at work in the tomorrow. So I will catch everybody next week. I care not for Popper, but you definitely seem chill and like using jank, and I can respect that as someone who does the same. Oh yeah, I I have a bunch of decks here that are made of just commons, and if it wasn't for those, I go, if it wasn't for those, there are certain cards that would not be on my radar at all. Um, my favorite examples are this, which is, it's a manalith that also can exile cards from graveyards. And Introduction to Annihilation, which can exile pretty much anything. And if you're looking for a card in a color that has issues dealing with X, so for example, red has trouble dealing with enchantments, Introduction to Annihilation gives you a way to deal with them at a not exorbitant price in terms of mana. White's generally pretty safe. Black has trouble dealing with artifacts. It can deal with artifacts, but it's not easy. Introduction to Annihilation helps there. Red has trouble with enchantments, as I mentioned. Green is usually like weird stuff, like planeswalkers and battles. Although, creatures with haste helps a lot with planeswalkers. And blue. Blue is doing okay with dealing with creatures and artifacts on a permanent basis. Now, it's not great, but it's okay. But once something is resolved, if it's not one of those two types, it has a lot of trouble. And so it really, really wants Introduction to Annihilation if it wants to deal with something on a permanent basis. And then, of course, if you're playing colorless, you want this. But yeah, I gotta go. I will hopefully catch you next week. I normally stream starting around 7 p.m. Eastern Time, which is, I believe, around 11 p.m. UTC, if that helps. But yeah, I gotta go. Good night, everyone.